Notice I raised this up a little bit to get it closer to the sound source. That's
Good job.
You know,
Thank you.
Checking, checking, checking. All right.
Okay, let's get started. So, good morning, everyone. So welcome to the third day of the Eddy Symposium. And I hope everyone has a wonderful Halloween night yesterday. So today, the topic is the open science. So the first speaker is the keynote presentation given by Jim Colliander. So Jim is a professor of mathematics at the University of British Columbia, and he's also a very successful entrepreneur who founded and co-founded many AI-based companies, including the 2I2C that we are using this week. So thanks, Kim and Jim, and welcome.
Thank you. So if an entrepreneur is supposed to maximize profit making, and I'm called out as an entrepreneur in the introduction, I'm trying to be an entrepreneur, but with a different objective function. So I think that science is performing better than it has ever performed in its past history right now, but it's underperforming relative to its potential. And that's a big problem because we have grand challenges. And if we can find ways to use the engine of science to find solutions to things faster, I think we're better off. And so today's talk is kind of a general description of some of the ideas that I think are really important in the context of open science. And at the end, I'm going to kind of land on some ideas related to the use of digital infrastructure in the context of open science that I think is really interesting. So here's an outline of my talk. I'm first going to talk generally about what science is. I'm going to highlight what is the most important component of the scientific enterprise, and that's the people involved. And then after that, I'll give some examples of new ways that groups of people are working together in a scientific context that I think of as more open than previously. And then I'll highlight some opportunities at the end. So these slides are rendered on the web. And so if you can press the right arrow, if you copy that URL down, or if someone who's on the Slack just pastes that, then these slides will be rendered in your browser. And some of the text that appears in blue is a hyperlink. So if you want to follow some of the things that I say off for additional reading, you can do so. So to the right, please. And then down. So what is science? We all kind of know what it is, but I think seeing definitions of what it really is helpful. So it's a systematic enterprise of humans working together to try to improve the understanding of the universe using testable explanations and predictions. And it's systematic. We have structures like granting agencies and universities and seminars and meetings like this that bring us together. But we've engineered these kinds of social constructs around enabling us to work together to try to do what we're supposed to do in the context of science, and that's really to try to understand the universe. And the benefits of science, I think, are very clear, but let's highlight them. When we do our science together, we improve our understanding of the universe, and through that improved understanding, we make society better. We help people live longer. We help people live with less pain. We solve problems that are really important. So science is, in the words of Arati Prabhakar, the doorway to tomorrow. And it's really important for us to celebrate that we are doing things that are really vital to human vibrancy by working on science together. So our North Star, when we do science, is we're trying to understand the universe by working together. And the main way that we do that is through the exchange of information. And to highlight what Jen said yesterday, it's not just information exchange, but it's also information exchange in a cloud of trust. So we have systems like peer review and validation and other methods to confirm that this information that we exchange is scientific and trustworthy. But the main thing that we do when we do science is we talk at the blackboard, or we read someone's preprint, or we write a critique of someone's article, and we react together working. So in some sense, science is a social science. Science is a social activity. The way that we can exchange information was profoundly changed 75 years ago. We are in the digital jubilee year of 2023. It's 75 years since the magical summer of 1948. So the transistor was invented in 1948, and the term bit as a method to quantify information was first written in a paper by Claude Shannon in 1948 in July in a mathematical theory of communication. And I believe that the introduction of the transistor and the quantification of information by Shannon was perhaps the most profound moment of the past 100 years in science, because it created the digital landscape in which we can communicate in an entirely different way. So just a couple of highlights from that. This is an extraction from Shannon's groundbreaking work. And if you click that link down below later, not now, but if you are looking at the slides, you can click that link and see Shannon's article. And so this is how information is transmitted. A speaker speaks through a medium and it arrives to a receiver. But this is abstracted and thought of mathematically. Of course, they were trying to do things in the context of the phone company to try to understand how to do telephony. But this is an abstraction, a mathematical way of thinking about information exchange. And here's an extraction of the very first transistor patent, which I think is kind of cool. And of course, Bardeen and Breton were competing with their colleague Shockley, who was really mad when these guys published. So a week later, Shockley published and was really angry. And there's a long story there. So how do we do science together now? So this is an abstraction of what I think is really the vibrant magic triangle of scientific activity. There's three components of scientific activity today. Groups of people working with data using computers. That's how we do science today. Sometimes, of course, it's just people talking at the blackboard, but there is this engine of activity between people, data, and compute. And that abstraction, I think, allows us to think a little bit differently about the way these structures should be configured. Next slide. So people, go ahead again. How are these people set up? I'm sorry, can you go back up? And then I want to go back to people. Yeah, so now go down. Thank you. So down. So what do we do in science? We're going to try to improve human understanding of the universe. That's our goal, right? How do we improve human understanding of the universe? One way is we make more humans understand the universe in current state. We do that with teaching. Another way is we break through the knowledge frontier and we advance knowledge. Those are both activities that are improving human understanding of the universe. So one way that this magic triangle works is new people like trainees, students, collaborators, enter into the groups of people that are involved in this magic triangle, and through the process of doing science together in the triangle, out come trainees or experts, new people having gone through this process of interacting, become not just students, but postdocs, not just postdocs, but professors. So that's one way that we have a talent pipeline. Another way is we take data from experiments, or we take data from the scholarly literature, and we read the scholarly literature, or we process the data from the experiments, and that stuff goes through this engine of people data compute. And what comes out are research papers, or data products, or better decisions about policy. So that's the way that we advance the knowledge frontier, by producing new knowledge products through this triangle. So let's think about the way that we configure people, that top corner of this triangle. So how do we organize the people? Who are the people? So sometimes when you see things like, say, conservation of energy, your world is never the same thereafter. It's like so visibly important, like, oh, how could I never see the world differently? So for me, I had the same sort of experience reading these after I haven't read them. They're obvious statements, but they weren't as obvious as they should have been before I saw them. So Federico Ardila wrote these axioms in the context of mathematical thinking, and I've kind of rephrased them here for science. But this says something about people. Science right now is unfair. If you're proximate to Princeton or you're proximate to Cambridge, Massachusetts, you have an unfair advantage relative to people in Wichita, Kansas, to do science. And there are other aspects of the way the landscape is set up. As I commented at the beginning of the meeting, you look at the old photos of great scientific meetings, people tend to look like me and not look like Lika. But the science of today needs to transform that. And I think these axioms bring to life these facts about people. Next slide. So how have people exchanged information for science historically? Next slide. Maybe go back up one. So the little metaphor here is scientists were trying to solve puzzles together. So we're trying to find ways to put that together. And so now you can go back to the next slide. So for about 10 to the 5 years, we've been speaking. And while speaking, we've worked to understand the universe, tiger coming, and we get out of the way. But for about 10 to the 3 years, we've been trading posts, And about that same time, we've been writing books and sending articles. So we've been trading paper-based text for about 10 to the 3 years. And for about 10 to the 2 years, we've had telephony, where I could call somebody and talk to them. Of course, it used to be like New York, Philadelphia, and then eventually New York, San Francisco, and then long, long after, up into the transistor time, we could go New York, London. But now, for about 10 to the 1 years, we've had a new kind of era facilitated by essentially virtual ubiquity. We can kind of be everywhere at once at the speed of light. The world is blanketed with sensors. The entire solar system is essentially blanketed with sensors. And we as humans can listen to them in essentially real time, and we can do so collaboratively in a virtual room. So this is a new era. We are all sort of standing together at everything that can be listened to at once at the speed of light. And I think this changes the potential for the way that we organize the social structures around conversations leading to scientific advances. And we have to be deliberate about how to use this. And if we're not deliberate, some entrepreneur that knows how to make a lot of money is going to build the enticing system and squeeze scientific funding out of it. So partly my call to action, and the reason that I'm involved in 2I2C and this meeting and everything else, is I want to orchestrate structures, technologies, social constructs that allow us to do science without necessarily making an individual get a really fat wallet. Let's try to work together using this technology to advance science. So the mission should be science and exchange of information. There has to be enough money to make things flow, but it doesn't mean that everyone has to give money to one person. So the cloud era brings striking new opportunities to open up science, eliminate academic royalty, and allow us to all collaborate and participate in the engine of growth in human understanding of the universe. So what do people that work together look like? So this is a band I really like, the late Sharon Jones and the Dap Kings, and I like the diversity of this team and the way that they play music that is really awesome. So that's what a modern collaborating unit can look like. It doesn't have to look like the pictures of the past, the Copenhagen picture from quantum mechanics. Great researchers, but we can make a new kind of era with color photographs in many dimensions. So an abstraction of kind of the way that people work together can be written down in these graphs. So this is what a pair of people look like. And here's maybe a piano teacher and students, where the piano teacher has these one-on-one meetings with students, but they're not fully collaborating. And you might have a quartet, where you have these cross connections between the four, and you might have a network. So when I saw this network rendering, I thought of that hexagon in the middle as representing 6 of us in this room that didn't know each other before we came to the Eddy Symposium. But each of the 6 of us have our own little subnetworks that we're connected to, but now that hexagon is going to start to grow some lines between. And so we start to bring together our respective communities by building connections here. And so the expertise that I have in Washington or that I have in Toronto that's not in this room might be relevant to conversations that happen here today. And that network is a vibrant expression of human potential that we can work together to try to understand the universe better. So let's talk a little bit about closed science. Participation in science networks is implicitly and practically restricted right now. It's mostly restricted to English with a foreign accent, and it is mostly restricted to people with the right card that can get access to the right library or the right laboratory. But if you believe our deal is axioms, there's not a requirement that you should have a card to be able to participate in science. And there's not a requirement that you have to speak English as your first language to participate in science. And the cloud era brings these opportunities to open that up. So now go to the right. So let's give some examples. And down. I'm sorry, can you go, now down? Thank you. So Wikipedia is a striking example of the types of things that can be done with the technology that I'm trying to highlight. I want to check my time. Okay. So when people are users of Wikipedia, there is no user of Wikipedia. You're entitled as an editor. So as soon as you log in, you're given an action. And the thing that you're supposed to do on Wikipedia is create encyclopedia pages. So the target is a little bit constrained, and the action is defined by the role. And it has been this remarkable engine of collaboration across the whole world to create an incredible record of human knowledge in encyclopedia format. Could we do a similar thing in heliophysics, Could there be a global enterprise that's trying to understand and chronicle and capture heliophysics with data products interacting with live satellites at the scale of Wikipedia? Maybe not, okay. I think there's some hubris in that statement. But I think the potential for what we can do as science is captured in part by Wikipedia. So there's also some striking examples that are not exactly scientific, but there's a movement called open science intelligence, or open source intelligence, that I think is really interesting. So the International Consortium of Investigative Journalists get troves of documents like the Panama Papers that are far too big for any one lawyer to read. But by implementing digital tools adjacent to these large troves of information, these journalists, combined with artificial intelligence, are rooting out corruption across governments and wealth. So I think that's an interesting example where collaboration using digital tools around a problem that is too big for one person to confront is happening in the context of journalism. There's a book that just came out this month chronicling a group of people that have used facial recognition and video and social media around the January 6th event to identify the people that engaged in sedition against the United States. So there's a group of people that are combining data and doing things that are complementing and expanding what the FBI did. And there's also Bellingcat, which started off trying to understand the presence of Soviet weaponry in the conflict in Syria using open source information like what's going on YouTube. What weapons are in this conflict? And I think there's some interesting examples there where people working together using digital tools are getting insights that are not misinformation, but are instead contributing to the knowledge of the universe. So next one. We have a collection of geospatial research and research to operation communities. We'll hear about one of those later today when Dr. Tasha Snow speaks about CryoCloud. So I think the inspiring example that led to a lot of this is Pangeo, but now we have another organization called CAIRO, which stands for the Cooperative Institute for Research to Operations in Hydrology. So these people are using the National Water Model and trying to mobilize information about hydrology to understand North America's water resource. Previously, that insight was kind of siloed. So states mount flood response, and other entities manage the hydroelectric resource. Other entities manage hydrological resources for agriculture. But now, through CAIRO and through the digital tools that they are using, all of these different stakeholders that are interested in water as a resource are collaborating together with real-time data. And I think that's a striking example. We heard at the last Eddy Symposium about Wi-Fi, which is a similar entity to try to understand and manage forests and wildfire. Next slide. Can you go, I'm having slide navigation troubles. Can you go back up and now go to the right? Yeah, so here's the opportunity that we have. How can we use open data, open science, open cloud infrastructure to improve society? And how does openness, maybe as an example, I want to just dig into one example that's emerging. How can openness be used to improve our understanding, monitoring, and management of greenhouse gases? So I want to just focus in on that as a particular challenge that is advanced through openness. So if we understand greenhouse gases well, then maybe we can implement systems to manage greenhouse gases by finding the big release events and turning those off or minimizing those. And then maybe by managing those greenhouse gases, we can mitigate a climate emergency. So that's a possibility. That's that arc where science, understanding leads to betterment of society. So next slide. So here's a rendering. I'm not going to go into this, but it might be interesting to look at. This was me doing a big scholarly deep dive into all things that go back to the World Climate Conference in 1979, and then the ensuing international efforts towards trying to address the climate crisis. I was sort of flabbergasted by looking at the report from the World Climate Conference in 1979. They knew everything. It reads very similar to AR6, even though it was 1979. So the progress that we've made has been relatively slow, given the depth of understanding that we had off the jump. So in late 2022, the National Academies released a report that advised on how greenhouse gas emissions information across the federal government might be unified. So the Environmental Protection Agency makes reports about greenhouse gases in order to comply with the United States commitments to the Paris Agreement. But the Department of Agriculture also monitors greenhouse gases. And every federal agency, the Pentagon, of course, monitors greenhouse gases. So the National Academy's report is providing guidance on a unification and integration of all of the greenhouse gas activities across the federal government. How can we bring that all together? Next slide. Partly inspired or maybe aligned with the catalyst that inspired the National Academy to do that report, earlier this year, there was a draft federal strategy with an RFI that was released on Inspires, asking for public input on how we should unify federal agency efforts to monitor greenhouse gases. So in extractions from those, the greenhouse gas emissions data comes kind of in two flavors. There's activity-based emissions, how much diesel was sold in Montana. Then that's a proxy that can be turned into how much diesel-generated greenhouse gas was released in Montana. And then there's atmosphere-based monitoring of greenhouse gases, where you use satellites or other measurements in the atmosphere. And right now, the US EPA, mostly based on this activity-based data, is the principal source for greenhouse gas data. But this unification is needed, and an integrated whole-of-government approach is needed. The international context, some Paris Agreement countries need help figuring out how to quantify their alignment with the NDCs, their nationally determined contributions. And another extraction from the National Academy's report is, following the Paris Agreement, cities and states and provinces and airlines and banks all made commitments to lower their greenhouse gases. So how do they monitor their performance in greenhouse gas production and reduction? So there's a need for similar tooling at the subnational or facility scale. So next one. So here's a standard procurement path. How are we going to solve this federal government problem? We write an RFP. We wait for Microsoft, Google, Amazon, IBM, Red Hat to compete. One of them wins. Let's say it's Microsoft. Microsoft builds a proprietary solution. The United States government uses it. Microsoft charges more for updates. And if you can afford to buy a similar thing from Microsoft, you can use it. So that's one path. That's the standard path. Here's a different path. Suppose we build an open source, open infrastructure, GHG emissions information system, and we release it as a digital public good. And this digital public good, built for the United States, integrating all of this federal agency work, is deployed on, say, commercial cloud, but in such a way that if the government decides they don't want it on Amazon anymore, they want to move it to Google, we design the system so that it can move from one commercial cloud entity to another. In this way, we avoid vendor lock-in, and the government is free to use the commercial cloud as an interoperable utility. Because it's released as a digital public good, this can enable transparent sharing of the system for processing GHG information's data and exchanging insights about GHG information data, and then make localizations so that the city of San Francisco can replicate and adapt and use a similar system to what the federal government is using. And that same system could be used by United Airlines or maybe the government of Zambia. And all of this digital public good infrastructure designed to be open source, open infrastructure, and interoperable allows us to make apples to apples and orange to orange comparisons, and we're not locked into any corporate silos. So in this way, this vibrant, virtual, ubiquitous digital world that we've built in the wake of 1948's advances allows for interoperability to measure the principal source that's threatening human civilization. So I think we need to open science together. And I'm excited to be here at the Eddy Symposium and trying to figure out how to do that. Thank you.
Well, thanks, Jim. You finished talk 5 minutes earlier. So we have plenty of time for questions. And thanks very much for the intriguing opening talk. So any questions? Yeah, please.
There we go. This is on, right?
Yes.
Okay. Very interesting talk. So I have a question about the Wikipedia idea. So one thing that we're trying to do in heliophysics is build that kind of website for heliophysics. But the caution that I have about taking a Wikipedia approach is this lack of trust, but I know there's two sides. Like, we trust some things on Wikipedia because of the discussion we see behind that content. Hey, Jolie. But then on the other side, there's a lot of things we don't trust on Wikipedia because a loud voice is won and they're still wrong. How do you see a way forward on this? We still want it to be open so the community can contribute, but we want it to be trustworthy. Thanks.
Sure. So let me not oversell what I meant by Wikipedia. So I think of Wikipedia as a striking example of what's possible, but not necessarily an answer to the question how. I think it's really hard to answer the question how. But the fact that there was such a massive participation in digital efforts to build an encyclopedia, I think suggests that there are likely other ways where we can gamify people to participate in science, and we can build similar large structures of hopefully robust and trustworthy information. But the real question of how, I think, is I don't know. I'm not sure. But if I think about how that question is answered right now, I think there's criticisms in current state as well. So are there any documents that are more heavily peer-reviewed and more sterling from the point of view of being, scientifically rigorous documents than the IPCC reports? They're they're politically scrutinized, they're scientifically scrutinized. They are the gold standard if there is one. It's one thing to get a Nature or a Science article, or in my field, an Annals of Math. Those are great things to get in the fancy journal. But the IPCC reports are solid. Nevertheless, they are disbelieved by a huge portion of the population. So they are as trustworthy and as persuasive as they can be for scientists, but they're not persuasive to a large swath of the world. Now, why is that? I think it's partly because the structures that we've built are meritocratic, if not arrogant. Someone at MIT looking down on someone at Kansas State, that's part of the game that we play. And we have to break that, because someone from Kansas State might have a better idea than someone at Princeton, and that idea needs to propagate. So the quality of the ideas right now is often judged based on proxies from who's speaking, what they look like, where they're speaking from. And the real trust, I think, is anchoring things in the quality of the ideas and the validity of the science. But that's really hard. So I view you, Rebecca, as a person that's likely to answer the question how, or participate in answering that question, but I don't have an answer. I mean, I have some ideas there, but I don't have a really good answer. But I don't want to just say that what we're trying to build is not going to be as good as what we have today. I think it can be better than what we have today. And it could be, even if we have the trust problems with Wikipedia, that it's better than what we have today, possibly.
So I really like the idea you have in your last slide. But I have two questions. First, who is going to initiate developing such an emission deploy system? Two, who is going to maintain the system in a long-term period? So back to the Wikipedia, I personally got multiple emails from Wikipedia every year to ask me to donation. And I donate like $20 per year because I thought I got more than $20 knowledge from Wikipedia every year. But I don't think this is a long-term aspect, so I would like to know your suggestion and feedback on those. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So so the system that I hinted at is being built, but I can't say more because it's embargoed, okay? But the system that I'm hinting at can be built on top of a cloud-deployed Jupyter system, similar to the one that was introduced recently. And then it can be embellished with improvements involving visualizations, similar to the kinds of things that NASA Veta has done. It can be deployed adjacent to the best data that we have on greenhouse gas emissions, deployed in, say, Amazon Web Services or Google Cloud. So the United States government, through these two documents that I hinted at, is prepared, it appears, to make a very serious investment to build an emissions information system that allows for the integration of all of this federal agency data. a lot of the federal agency data is released as public data. Now, not all US government data, of course, is going to be released as open data. There's, of course, military, strategic, and other kinds of data that's going to be hidden. But for the data that should be made open, that's 2012 time. You remember the time of open data? But people that could maybe download a CSV and open Excel and get things going. But we need open tool chain adjacent to open data in order to realize the benefits. So these systems are going to be built. And then once they're built, they're kind of downloadable, but not necessarily easily deployable. So companies, and hopefully open infrastructure companies like the one that I'm helping to create, a not-for-profit, will be available to deploy these systems for the city of San Francisco or for the government of Zambia. So I think that the system being built as an open source thing, that's emerging. Now your second question is very, very interesting. Open source has a problem where most people who do open source, especially in academia, do it on the side of their desk, and they're not rewarded with tenure or promotion because they made some sort of a library in Python. When in fact that library in Python might have much, much more impact than their scholarly work that's read by 5 or 10 people and then written about in a promotion letter. So how do we incentivize the creation of open tools, and how do we make those open tools maintained? So in my experience, we have lots of tools. Lots of tools are built, but we have too few workshops. So a curated collection of tools built into a wood shop to build cabinetry, or built together into a metal shop to build engines. We need to take all of this open stuff and make curated, opinionated, scientist-led choices, assembling them, deploying them, and making them available for scientists that don't know how to put together the tools. Why do you have to know how to be a woodshop builder if you want to operate a lathe? And so I think that's the metaphor, that we need to find a way to build these tools. And then the sustainability question is, who's going to maintain and operate those infrastructure pieces? And so 2I2C is an attempt to try to find a way to build a not-for-profit, sustainable, open source, open infrastructure provider. So we at 2I2C deploy these workshops for communities, and we're trying to find a way to make enough revenue come out of those communities to make this sustainable, with an explicit goal that we're not trying to harvest all of your money and become billionaires. We're trying to enable lots more science. But how to do that? What's the business model for digital public goods? I think that's not clear yet. That's also a work in progress. And you put your question like right on the soft spot. Like that's what I think is really important.
Yeah, that's the very interesting idea, but two possible caveats to this idea. The first one is, of course, science is an international endeavor, and so we need to, if we're talking about open tools, then we need to talk about open tools from Japan, from from Africa, from Latin America, from United States and Europe and whatever, right? So and each country has their own regulations about how they wanna maintain those tools. First, develop, then maintain, then validate and distribute. So probably before, yeah, this is a good idea, but probably we need to take it to the level of, let's say, International Astronomical Union, to create some coherent structures, coherent regulations that will allow those tools to flow across continents and to be in some cloud. So that's the one question that probably needs to be resolved.
Sure. So first reaction, because I think you have another caveat that you wanted to make. So I agree with you that with this stuff has to become interoperable. So the greenhouse gas example is politically sensitive and also exciting. The same things could apply in astronomy. The same things could apply in particle physics. Now, the greenhouse gas thing does have this IPCC layer and this UNFCCC layer, where there is, in 2024, the Enhanced Transparency Framework for the Paris Agreement is coming on board. So there are standards around the nation-to-nation conversations around greenhouse gas emissions reporting already in place. But the National Academy's report highlighted that this is just one aspect. Compliance internationally is only part of the story for the United States government. The United States government has their own customizability needs. And then the National Academy's report goes on to say, at the city scale or the state scale or the company scale, or at the international scale customized in Switzerland, as opposed to what the United States government did, there has to be these changes. So these tools, these open source tools, can potentially adapt to these alternate scenarios. They're not blocked in and locked in siloed situations. This customizability is possible. Now, on your idea to first do the policy. So I find that policy preceding a prototype is a lot of airy talk. It's much better to have a prototype and criticize the prototype and make it better towards the direction of a future policy. So sticking a prototype in front of someone, is this good enough? Is better than, what should we imagine to build? So I think prototypes are very important. So I want to build things, give people MVPs, and then iterate from there, rather than sit around and talk, what might we build 10, 20 years from now? You had another comment?
My second comment was about, I agree with you completely that it's better to build a prototype at a smaller scale to show that smaller scale works,
Yes.
and then to expand it to the larger, right? The second one is about, the validation of those open tools, because imagine that we have so many different tools. Practically now, the grad students developing their own tools. That yesterday I was talking about. People are developing tools to identify superflares or identify exoplanets. Everybody has his own tool. Okay, that says that mine's slightly better than our. But the question is that when tools become more and more sophisticated, they would need more validation.
Agreed.
So validation of the numerical scheme, validation of the ways that what kind of data they use, whether it's a raw data, whether it's already pre-processed data, and yeah. So that's the one thing. The second thing, imagine that we live in a competitive world. So we write proposals to NSF, NASA headquarters, to ROSES, and we need to get funding. And fortunately or unfortunately, these proposals are competitive. So and they rely on tools. So it would be great if we all collaborate and we all get some kind of funding for one task. But unfortunately or fortunately, again, it is the reality.
Yep.
So how can we reconcile those open tools? First, validation. Second, to work to the betterness of the community in the competitive world.
Understood. So on the first comment, we have a problem, I think, in open source that it's easier to fork than it is to participate upstream. And we need to fix this. So, this looks like a cool tool, but it doesn't do exactly what I want. So I make a fork and I tweak it, and I don't tell the person or the group that created the parent object. A different approach would be, I really like this thing that you built, but I'd like to change it to have this other feature. Is anybody else working on that? Or how could I work on that? So a term that we've used in the 2I2C world is an upstream doula, somebody that helps you deliver a project upstream. We need to engage more of that so that people are working together and we start building more workshops and less tool-like confetti. And I think that process is likely to lead towards improvements in validation. Now, around the competitive aspects, creating silos and competition, there's a whole organization, NASA TOPS. There are many organizations that are trying to confront this. But the incentive system that leads you to get a grant and someone else to not get a grant is a game that is set by people that are trying to control how science works. And maybe that game can be tweaked in such a way, because the objective function is not your career and your grant money. The objective function is to improve human understanding of the universe. And the systems we have right now may not be optimizing on the right objective function. So that's a work in progress. I feel like I'm late. Am I good? Still more questions? Okay, cool. All right.
So I'm fascinated by this concept of the digital public goods, like something that is like the highways that we use, and then we can sell things across the country by shipping them through these lanes that are kept by the government, right? But in the context of the open source software, you have a digital public good that I think one of the challenges is the development of sense of unfair use. And so, for example, you were giving me this example in which people that develop Jupyter Notebook and in completely open source, then Google takes this open source, forks it, and then from then on makes it their own and doesn't share it back. Or, for example, when we have the Solar Dynamics Observatory, almost every person in heliophysics has something to do with it. But India launches a mission called Aditya, and all the data for Aditya is going to be completely closed. And so this creates this sense of like us versus them. It's like, okay, the United States and Europe are leading the world in this idea of open science, but the rest of the world is not going to share their data, is not going to share their code. The companies are appropriating open source developed software. So do you have any thoughts into these kinds of like, how do we advance openness when, from a certain perspective, being open is kind of like creating this unbalanced sense of unfairness in that we share, but the others don't?
So I don't have a solution to stinginess or selfishness. I don't, right? But I know how I feel. You know, I mean, it's Halloween morning. There are kids all across the country right now. Some of them don't take my Snickers, and others are like, hey, I'll trade you a Snickers for a Milky Way, right? And those kids grow up, right? So no, I don't have a solution to this. There are going to be freeloaders, people that steal. You know, we turn on these Jupyter hubs in the sky, and then people come in and they Bitcoin mine. That's not the purpose. So we have to figure out ways to turn off the Bitcoin mining. So I have some ideas here, but it's partly an appeal to values. And hopefully we can set up games that make people do the open, generous things. And it's just the easy way to do things is to be generous rather than be stingy. But I don't have a solution. I don't like the way Google stepped on Jupyter. I will say that. Google should not have extracted open source ideas from the Jupyter community, deployed it at Colab, and then added extensions and did not share those extensions upstream. I think that was uncool. Hi, Greg.
Oh, Jim, great talk. And
Thank you.
Great idea. I work at a university where everything should be open. I also work at a university that builds spacecraft, which are controlled by ITAR and EAR. And so we're kind of pulled two directions. And I can see a lot of the same thing happening here. We want things to be open, but maybe not to this country. Or Exxon might say, greenhouse gases are great, but don't share ours. How do you regulate that?
So same sort of vague answer. I'm not sure. This is hard. So I'm up here being an evangelist in some sense and not telling you exactly how to implement the gospel. But I want to make one comment about openness that's lurking in all of the previous questions, or several of the previous questions. Open is not a command. Open is an opportunity. So, you know, I think that Google Docs is an amazing example of what openness can be. If I'm collaborating with Greg on a Google Doc, we can arrange it so that only Greg and I see it. You know, maybe there's hackers that can get in, but in principle, it's just you and me. And then later, we can maybe decide to generate a publicly visible URL that we share with the world. But we control that. So openness is an opportunity. We should be able to choose to share when we want to. But the problem is that right now, many of the systems that we have either allow it to be perfectly visible to everybody in the world or entirely closed to me and sometimes not even visible by my collaborators. And so we need to build this kind of interpolation between where people can choose what's open and what's not. A striking example there emerged that I learned about in the QGIS blog post that maybe Tasha will reference. So there are indigenous communities in Greenland that have data about the Greenland ice sheet. And they've also had an experience of colonial interactions with the Hudson Bay Company and others. So friendly people that might care about glaciers that look like me come and say, hey, can you give us your data? We're studying your glacier. And they're cautious. They don't trust because they've had a colonial past where mistrust was the way that they've learned. So should these people share their data? That's their choice. But we should give them systems that allow them to share their data and control the scope of sharing. So openness is really a call to action to enable sharing, but not to require it or demand it. So if Exxon doesn't want to share, but we enable Aramco to share, and Aramco shares and gets celebrated because of the way that they've shared, maybe Exxon will decide to share. But the other questions about how to manage who gets to see what and who doesn't, it's hard, but we need systems that allow us to have granular answers rather than Oracle-like answers to those difficult questions.
Yeah, and I'm presuming that technically the prototype that you're talking about has got the capability to flip on and off all these switches to allow the selective sharing.
I mean, in
From a
principle,
technical point of view.
yeah,
Good, thanks, Jim.
in process, yeah.
Go to online questions.
Okay, all right.
Folks really like to talk, Jim.
Well, I'm glad.
So the first one is there a revenue generation mechanism for 2I2C to be included on future research proposals?
So yes, we are on some proposals. So right now, I'll tell you the 2I2C business model and then why it's working and why it's not working. So 2I2C sells managed interactive computing platforms, mostly involving Jupyter Hub, but it's a lot richer than just Jupyter Notebook and Jupyter Lab. But we sell these services. We do so with what we call a right to replicate. So we promise that this service can be deployed on Google, on Amazon, or on Microsoft, and it'll be interoperable. So if you decide you want it on Google, we can deploy it on Google for you. We charge a monthly service fee to run the system, and it's on the order of $2,500 a month. That varies depending on the complexity. And any cloud costs that are associated with that are just passed through. So you're essentially buying a fraction of a site reliability engineer or a DevOps engineer to manage the infrastructure. But because we are running this for a lot of folks, we can hire engineers that universities typically can't retain. So there's a way that we sort of complement university IT services. Now, a model that we're trying to understand is, someone's writing a grant proposal and it's really exciting, but they need something beyond what's currently available in the workshop. They want this development, they want this workflow, they want to integrate with this exotic data set. So we might be able to write a statement of work or a plan for how open source development can take place to enrich the tooling of the community that's hoping to use it. And our long-term goal is to really find a revenue model where 2I2C might be the nexus through which scientists bring grant money, and it might flow to a remote open source developer, not necessarily to 2I2C. But we'd like to be a matchmaker that connects open source engineers with open science scientists, leading to improvements that advance both of the fields. So that's kind of a mission for that. Whether or not this is a sustainable model is still a work in progress. We have good signals, but we are not at revenue covers cost. We are ourselves funded by some grant money, but we are optimistic that we can try to grow revenue to make this a sustainable enterprise.
Excellent. The second question is, I think policy versus prototype is a false dichotomy. They need to happen together simultaneously in spiral development, in a spiral development sort of way, using the images you have on your slides.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, I like that comment. I've been in a lot of conversations with people that are good at visioning, but not good at building. And then the third meeting happens, and we're still visioning, and we're still not building. And then there's a debate around some subtlety, around the interpretation of some value, and we're still talking. And then I've been in other meetings where somebody comes in, I didn't know what we were talking about last week, so I built this little doodad. Is this what we're talking about? And then everything focuses on the doodad, and the conversation becomes much more sophisticated. So I like the idea that policy may set the North Star or the mountain we're trying to walk towards, but prototypes really make things a lot more precise.
And then I just have one final thing. For students that are listening to this talk online, similar to last year's symposium, you were able to help a doctoral student kind of really explore their ability to examine exoplanets through tools that 2I2C provides. Can you give them some suggestions on how
Sure.
they can? Thank you.
Sure. So we had a little bit of a meeting on Monday evening. So everyone who wants it can access a deployed digital public good platform for the Jack Eddy Symposium. So that's located at jackeddy.2i2c.cloud. So if you don't have access to that, I need to just do something for you regarding access, but let me know if you don't have access. So that is kind of a standard Python-based environment where people can start to do data-intensive collaborative work. The real challenge is, what science do you want to do? What data do you want to look at? How do you want to look at it? What tools do you want to use? And there are probably people in this audience that have that deep scientific expertise that can help us work together. But we have a platform in which we can start to do that kind of exploratory work.
You talk about social sciences and social structure. So I have my question might be silly, but do you think that every sciences should be social because they are helping to build up the social structures?
Well, so I mean, this is kind of it's a jokey phrase that goes back to a Fields medalist named William Thurston. So in mathematics, how do we prove a theorem? So we have a preprint. We think this is our argument that explains the proof of the theorem. And then we go to a seminar and we present to an audience of experts. We debate. Aspects that are not so clear are dug into. So the process of proving is really a community digestion of these ideas and a processing of the ideas. Math papers are typically not written in such a way, there is a movement to change this, where they are down to every possible flaw, everything is possibly written out. We would fill up too much paper and it would take too long to write the paper. So we say things like, we think we can go from here to here using standard tools, and the experts are like, yeah. And then we can go from there to there using these other tools, yeah. And then I needed a new tool to make this leap, so I invented it. Let me show you the details. So this process of human-to-human exchange is a social engagement. So socially, we work together to advance science, because socially is how we improve our understanding. So what are these social structures? A classroom with a blackboard in front and a teacher in front teaching is a social engineering product. It's how we bring a student together. We have them get taught this way. It's not the only way. The pandemic happened. Now everybody's sitting in their own bedroom with their computers and they're doing this same sort of thing on Zoom, but we didn't know how to deliver lectures on Zoom, so we had to innovate. So what I'm trying to provoke people to imagine is, in this virtual ubiquitous era, we can maybe redesign these social structures that we've taken for granted as implicit, as this is the way we always do it. Maybe it's not the only way we do it, because science is not us getting together in a room like this in a hotel. Science is building human understanding. So maybe next week, using Slack or using Zoom or using something online, we can work together legitimately to push human understanding forward, but it doesn't have to be in a laboratory at Harvard or at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. It doesn't have to be proximate. Instead, we can use this ubiquity to change the social structures and allow more people to participate in science. So my joke is that we're doing engineering in social structures. We're socially engineering, socially re-engineering the ways that we work together to do science. And I think that's this open science movement. Opening science means changing the social structures that we use to do science together.
Yeah. So this is actually not a comment or a question for you, but rather it's for Andres. Andres, hi. So, because I noticed you said Aditya data is not going to be public, it's going to be closed. No, I don't know what your source of information is. We have an initial calibration phase for 6 months. That's going to be starting in January. Once that is done, the data policy is not set in stone right now, and everybody is fighting on various fronts. But from what I understand, the data policy is going to be a proposal-based observation. So there'll be a lock-in period for the PI if you propose for whatever observations you want, and then it's going to be made public for everybody. So that's where the policy is going towards. I mean, because let's face it, I mean, SDO was the end mission in space sciences for USA. For India, an observatory class mission. This is the second mission. AstroSat was the first mission. So obviously your data policies was going to be very different. If I take the 80s or 90s of what US had, that's very different, right? I mean, it's not the same as now. Now you can afford to make things public. So it's going to be proposal based. So I think it's going to be open. It's going to be open for everybody. So you can just propose and see what's happening. And we are also looking at coordinating with IRIS AI is fine, but IRIS, because IRIS is going to be a very crucial chromospheric observations, which is going to be in tandem with Aditya, with Solar Orbiter, Parker Solar Probe. So we have these plans in place. So this is to clarify to the whole community. That's yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So, but this was really a stimulating presentation, Jim. Um, I think you have breathed some fresh air into the whole landscape of open science, at least for me. And I've been a hardcore bureaucrat for 30 years almost now. My brain was already stretched, and you have stretched it beyond its capacity. I mean, there are fabulous ideas, concepts. So thank you very much for doing this. I wasn't, prepared to respond to Vishal's question, but since he raised it, I want to make some points about that. Whether India or Japan or Indonesia is launching something today and comparing it to US and say, boy, US didn't do it 40 years ago, but doing it now, doesn't work. You are young people, and you should fight tooth and nail in whichever country you are to fight the resistance. I mean, that's what he's talking about. It doesn't matter. And data from many countries are not available. There is lack of generosity. But why do we have this international gathering? To build momentum, to work together and say, forget kind of the way we looked at the world. There are new ways of looking at it. You're benefiting, all of you, from what this country has to provide, right? And it probably didn't always. But why don't we take the good practices and press on the people who are making arbitrary rules for the scientists? So I would say not everything is open. I might know a little bit more than you, but it doesn't matter. Your goal as scientists is to press on the people who make these rules and say, no, this is how we benefit. These are the examples that have led to discovery class science. And you have stimulated that conversation already, as you can see. This was really a very important topic this morning. I mean, our goal was to create this, right? The open science as the fabric to the kind of interdisciplinary science we do. And you have stimulated that conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have one small vignette to react to what you just said that I think is interesting. So if you make a breakthrough in mathematics, at least in my experience, there's some weird random way that I finally find the theorem. I thought of this, I tried that example, I did this. The chronological path that led me to my breakthrough is one way to tell the story. But after I have the theorem, there's like an epiphany. Oh, wow, now I see. And there can be a logical reorganizing of the way that I was thinking. Younger Jim was dumb, older Jim is now smarter, and older Jim can tell a faster path to see the result. And so then I give a seminar, or I give a class, where I tell this wiser way to answer the question that I posed to myself 6 months before. And now the students can see the research frontier more quickly than I could. I think the same thing applies in the analogy with the United States and India. The United States 40 years ago did a chronological process that was dumb, made mistakes. And now the United States has landed on a different plan to try to accelerate science and move science faster. And so India, in this analogy, more like the student, should follow best practices in science and not imitate the chronological mistake. Instead, accelerate the next generation as quickly as possible by using best practices. It's the same thing we do when we tell stories when we are in seminars. Anyway, I think I'm done. Right, Meg?
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Jim, again for the very vivid discussions. And so I made the mistake. I skipped the group reporting this morning. So I think we have a little bit of time to do that. So let's have a group reporting from yesterday's discussions in the afternoon. So first, the group Sun Climate. Is anyone here to report for the Sun Climate group? Oh. but he's not in the sun climate group, I think. Yeah, then how about the exoplanet?
Okay, I can say a few words. So we had about 45 minutes of discussion within a small team of 6 people. So we were mainly brainstorming rather than actually working on things, but we had a few ideas that are being developed on what Vladimir had reported 1 year ago. So the first idea was that we're thinking that because in the heliophysics committee, there's a community facility called CCMC where the community can run these MHD, for example, models of the magnetosphere or solar wind. And they are established models that are hosted in computer clusters, for example, in NASA or something, that you can request a certain run, and all the results will be open to the public. They can take a look at which parameters have been tested, and so on and so forth. And so we were thinking about whether we could do the similar things for the exoplanet community, right? And then we Googled around, and of course it existed already. It's called Exo CCMC. And people have repurposed the CCMC infrastructure to be able to run the similar models, but for exoplanets terry sciences. So that was good to know. So along that, I thought we thought that we could perhaps test that system, test run, and play around with that system, and see if we could make suggestions to what functions are still missing and could be useful to the community. For example, Mo mentioned that for CCMC, some of the magnetic field line rendering or tracing are mostly done in 2D, and perhaps we could implement a 3D, version of it, things like that. Or if we could, put in a module such that if we put in observational stellar spectra as a constraint for the Poynting flux for the stellar input to the planetary system, if we could design a standard module, so other people who have these kind of observations could run these modules more easily. So that's the first line of thought. And the second line of thought, I think, was what Vladimir already mentioned yesterday, that we wanted to perhaps do some back-of-envelope calculations to see if we could use existing radio facilities such as LOFAR and GMRT to detect the aurora signatures for nearby planets, exoplanet candidates. So that involves, a back-of-envelope calculation on the magnetic field strength and what kind of energy input to the exoplanet system there is, and how bright these aurora signatures could be. So that's another thought, and that may be developed into some kind of observing proposals that we could work on later. And there's also a third line of thought. I think it was an idea to develop a new white paper of, do you remember what the details? I kind of forgot. The white paper.
That's basically summarize what is needed.
Okay, what new, right, like what new capabilities are needed in both modeling, observational, and facility efforts. Yeah, so that's the main outcome. Thanks.
Thank you, Yu-Jung. Yeah, you want to add?
Yeah, Shudong presented the nice review of the yesterday activities that I was absent, unfortunately. I was at HAO. But I just want to mention about exciting paper that was released yesterday about the observations of the infrared aurora from Uranus by James Webb Space Telescope. This data can be used for validation of our codes. Thank you.
I have a comment for the speaker. I don't recall your name.
Shudong? Shudong? Yeah,
Coming to
there's a question for you.
Yeah, so on your first train of thought, one thing I have a few concerns. So contributing a software tool to a platform like CCMC is concerning because it's not open source and it's no longer visible to the community for continued improvement. A better model would be to contribute that to a community software package. So maybe SpacePy or whatever software package already exists. But for exoplanet research, I would direct you to the Exoplanet Modeling and Analysis Center website, emac.gsfc.nasa.gov, and find a package there where such tools could be contributed to and continue to be improved upon. Another comment is that often, as I'm hearing from the modeling community that's present here, is that the models that are available to run on such systems are usually not the full breadth of the model that's available with the modeling group. So as long as you're aware of that difference between a model installed at a modeling center versus what's available with that group, then take that forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Space Weather Group? Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Just want to point out another resource is the CESM model. Greg Cook was attending last year at this meeting, talking to Allison, and we just had a paper come out where we simulate TRAPPIST as an Earth-like exoplanet and tried to understand the difference in the uncertainty in the UV spectra on what that would do in terms of interpreting spectra coming from that planet. So it's just out in, I think, in September, the paper. You can see it on archive. But we are trying to build some sort of CSM planets type of model, or a sort of an infrastructure that would be part of CSM. So everyone would be able to push code back into the CSM, and then anyone could download it and run it. We're even working on things like running it in Docker and that sort of stuff. So yeah, if you're interested, talk to me, and happy to help use that model.
Yeah, so that's very important. But so now that because of the complexity of exoplanetary problems, we cannot just simply take and assume that, this TRAPPIST-1 planets have atmospheres like our Earth. So this is the very complex problem to study: atmospheric escape, the atmospheric evolution, the fate of planets today, because all of them looks like bare planets today. So therefore, to calculate the atmospheric signatures from TRAPPIST-1 needs some, much more massive work to understand what's going on with evolution, because it's a 7 billion year old system. Thanks.
I think the idea here is that we're exploring one small part of that parameter space. It's massive, but hopefully what we can do might inform telescope design after James Webb.
Yeah, to couple.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely, to couple.
And just to footnote Dan's comment, you can already use Rocky 3D, which is the NASA GISS Earth System model configured for exoplanets, including TRAPPIST. And that's all open source and available right now. You don't need to wait.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I think we need to move on to next group because we are now behind schedule. So who will report for the space weather? Yeah.
All right, so day 2 of the space weather group, I guess day 1 was sort of just bouncing ideas off each other and seeing what we wanted to do and what would stick. And we sort of decided on writing a white paper to summarize our ideas, and Disha's going to go over the outline for that. But just as a sort of context to that, last year we actually produced a white paper that we submitted to the Heliophysics Decadal Survey, which was in August, and then we transformed that into a Frontiers publication. So sort of in the same spirit, we're hoping to do similar thing this year. And do you want to take it away?
So we brainstormed the outline of the white paper, starting with motivation and including sections like why do we need open science and why do we need open science initiatives in heliophysics. Moving on to the existing open science projects and approaches, because we don't want to reinvent what's been done. So studying that thoroughly and categorizing it based on the target audience including students or public outreach efforts, example, museums, arts installations, interdisciplinary researchers to promote cross collaboration, scientists in the field and industry, and identifying gaps, what's been done and what's missing. So in terms of the approach, so we narrowed it down to focus the digital world, and we came up with 4 things. So first thing is website, including interactive 3D websites. Second is mobile applications and utilizing the principles of gamifications where, for example, people are playing these Pokemon AR games. So developing similar gamified experiences. Third is emerging immersive technology, such as the use of augmented reality or virtual reality in open science projects. And fourth is studying the role of AI, um, not just like artificial intelligence, but augmented intelligence in promoting open science. And second thing is we want to include global perspectives, including stories and existing challenges from all over the world, from different countries, what kind of issues exist there and how they can promote and participate in these efforts, and how to make local people aware and make them care about heliophysics and space weather. And this led us to the idea of a living publication to include this global perspective. So something we didn't think of Wikipedia, but a living publication where people can, which grows over time, something like that. And eventually we want to write design guidelines for doing open science, proposing principles, guidelines for designing an inclusive, interdisciplinary and collaborative open science systems. Thank you.
So this is actually, I just want to make you familiar, on the CPAESS web page, there is a heliophysics dedicated web page where we have developed 5 textbooks on heliophysics. The 5th one is actually an online publication that we haven't looked at for a while, and that is on space weather. And it's not a hard textbook simply for this reason, because the field is advancing more rapidly than you can, need to generate a textbook. I think you all should take a look at that, and perhaps that can be a place where we can begin to collaborate. Thank
Okay,
you.
perfect. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone report for Sun Climate Group? Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we can postpone the report to tomorrow. Yeah. As you have more discussions. Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Well, let's move on. So the next talk is an invited talk given by Tasha Snow from Colorado School of Mines. Thank you.
Is that okay? Awesome.
We still have the battery. Check the battery level.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay, good.
Just want to be able to move around a little bit. All right, thank you so much to the conveners and to the organizers of the Eddy Symposium. This is an awesome event, and I am deeply grateful for you having me here today. My name's Tasha Snow, and I'm a researcher at the Colorado School of Mines, which is just up the road. And I'll be talking to you today about CryoCloud, which is actually an implementation of what Jim has been talking to you about. And we're working to use CryoCloud as an open cloud infrastructure. It's very similar to the Jupyter Hub that you all can access here at the Eddy Symposium. And we're using that to help accelerate scientific discovery for our cryosphere researchers. And what I'd really hope that you get from this is that this is an implementation of what Jim has said, and we've, I think, gamified this sort of system and made it sustainable, self-sustainable. So next. So CrowdCloud was kind of born in the open science revolution that NASA kind of started. This is the year of open science. NASA spearheaded this and has gotten the US federal government and over 80 academic institutions on board to kind of catapult us into the next decade of open science by really accelerating it in this year, 2023. Next. And part of that is using the cloud. So the cloud is a way that we can really do a lot of open science because we can democratize science using it. In this paper by Shel Gentiman, who is in charge or the lead on the TOPS program at NASA, and in this paper they talked about how the cloud can change the realm of possible questions that we can ask in science, and it both allows us to advance science and inclusivity simultaneously. So really pushing forward open science. Next. And one of the ways that it does that, one example, is by allowing people, no matter what size computer you have, whether it's a $36 Raspberry Pi or a supercomputer, you can access data, process massive amounts of data, no matter whether you're on your cell phone or on a flight. If you have a little bit of internet connection, you can do this. So that's democratizing science. Next. So with the cloud, we have this new virtual space that we can compute, and we need new organizational models to be able to use that, new platforms. And that's where CryoCloud comes in. So CryoCloud came out of the ISAT-2 science team meeting that happened last May. ISAT-2 is a laser altimeter that NASA has, and the science team meets twice a year. Last year, they talked about all the issues that and worries that they had in cloud computing and open science. Some of those issues are that there's non-intuitive pricing structures, that documentation is poor, it's costly to use, people were racking up thousands of dollars without ever getting anything out of it or meaning to, and it wasn't obviously more collaborative or faster. But myself and co-founder of CrowdCloud, Joanna Milstein, who's also at Minds, this didn't ring true to us because we'd been working in the cloud and not having these issues. And part of that reason, next, is because we had been working on a cloud in a platform that had been run by 2I2C, which Jim had talked about earlier. So 2I2C, I don't really need to explain, came out of this fact that a few institutions had built Jupyter hubs at their institutions and found them to be catastrophically successful. And they were not able to provide this service at their institutions, so they built 2I2C to do that instead. And 2I2C now builds these hubs with the focus of education and research to make it much easier for us, and they contribute back to the open source ecosystem. Next. So what we decided to do is to work with 2I2C to partner with them to create a cloud computing platform with bumpers. So scientists didn't have to reinvent the wheel and build their own cloud platforms. We could use experts to be able to do this. And so the goal of CrowdCloud is to build a simple and cost-effective managed cloud environment, which is what you all have experienced. We'll train and transition new users to the cloud through various workshops and training events that we did, and we're working to determine community best practices. So collecting a lot of information to do that. And so it's this curated Jupyter hub for cryosphere scientists built by cloud experts to process data faster, minimize downloading, and democratize science. Next. And so CryoCloud is meant to be persistent for at least 3 years. We're hoping it'll prove how amazing it is, so it'll last longer. We have small servers for all users with the option to bring your own cloud credits to access larger servers if you need more compute. We're doing new tool development for the Jupyter ecosystem, so personal cost monitoring tools and intra-hub collaboration tools. And we're helping 2I2C to scale. So we're taking a lot of data, getting feedback so we can help this new nonprofit scale and figure out where the gaps still are. Next. And so what we build is this hub that has cloud infrastructure, support and services, custom environment, online content, and all you need to authenticate is a GitHub user ID. It takes seconds to add you to CrowdCloud. Next. And so this is where you can kind of dig into CryoCloud. We're at cryointhecloud.com. We have a GitHub. Our Jupyter book online has a lot of training and tutorials, content, how to access data, that sort of thing. And that's where our standard or best practices are going. We have a Slack, office hours, and we're also bringing in communities, large projects across the cryosphere to figure out, ideate on the tools that are still needed. How do we overlap? How do we prevent from replicating and really enhance collaboration? Next. So the meat and potatoes of kind of what we've learned so far, what I'm going to talk about next. So first, the advantages for using CryoCloud are that we're accelerating science and making open science easy. One, by making data access faster and easier. You don't have to download, you don't have to go find your data manually anymore, you don't have to unzip it, and the data read-ins can be 1 to 2 orders of magnitude faster if you're using cloud-optimized data. Next. It's also easy to use and customizable. It should look the same on your personal computer as it does on a high-performance computing platform as well as in the cloud. Next. And this is kind of how we do that. We have server options that are versatile. We have options of using images that access MATLAB, R, and Python. We're going to have Julia on there soon, and then you can actually add your own environment if you want to as well. We also have node sharing. So if you don't need the full 32 gigabytes on a server, you can share it with somebody else, and that saves in cost. Next. We also make collaboration easy. There's co-coding that you can do online and shared tools. Next. We're bringing in different kinds of users to share these tools, and doing that helps to accelerate feedback. So over here on, see your left, is a notebook where you can run data like ISAT2, MODIS, and Landsat all in one spot. You can access and search it. And you're using tools like IcePix, Slide Rule, Earth Access that are all developed for our community. So IcePix is for using ISAT2 data, and Earth Access is for accessing NASA data. Those developers are actually working in CryoCloud too, or similar platforms. So when users have a bug or a question, all they have to do is open up our Slack channel and ask the question, hey, why isn't this working? I did this the other day. Hey, this thing that I think should access this product is not working on IcePix. Jessica Scheich, who's the developer, got back to me and said, oh, hey, I see we haven't updated that tool in our environment, so let's update it. She updated it for me. I didn't even have to do that. So that's updated in my environment because it's in her best interest to do that. She's developing on CryoCloud. When I come up with an issue and it isn't already solved, they know that that's a priority and they start working on it. So we get this accelerated feedback where our users are so much more connected to the developers of our tools, and it's much more active engagement. Next. Using CryoCloud also eliminates technology bottlenecks. So how much time is spent building our environment when we first spin up Python? A lot of time. How about data access? Once someone creates the code for accessing data, we can put that into our Jupyter book and no one else has to solve that problem. So we don't spend weeks trying to figure it out on our own. Next. And this really benefits the early careers, underrepresented groups, and people who are outside of R1 institutions the most. So those are the people who are really not going to have access to the large supercomputers. It's going to be the people who are earlier in their career, need to develop these environments. CryoCloud allows you to hop on and have instantly have your environment working. And so no matter where you are around the world, as long as you have some sort of computer and some internet access, you can do the computing and science that everyone else can. Next. And another cool thing about CryoCloud is you don't need to have your own software experience. So we're providing cloud computing as a service. Next. And the reason why this is really cool is because we can all share this platform. No one needs to reinvent the wheel building their own. And so as we have this consistent platform that is persistent for 3 years, we can bring different teams on immediately. So if we have something like the Marshall Fire that happened up the road, if a team wants to study that immediately, they can be on CryoCloud working together in the same environment that day within minutes and start working on this to provide a product for the people who are on the front lines battling that fire. We also provide a cloud environment that is useful for any event within our community. So the 6 events I'm showing here were what we planned from our original proposal to support. The 4 at the bottom are additional ones that we've supported because we had a standing cloud environment. Next. And what's really cool about this is if we do a case study on what this provides for our community, if you just look at the cost and time benefits, I've shown that here. This is for a Q Greenland workshop. This is an NSF project, so it wasn't NASA. Q Greenland was the project that Jim alluded to, where we supported communities from Greenland. And the developer is from NSIDC, the National Snow and Ice Data Center, which is a DAC here in Boulder. And for them, building this cloud platform for 1 month would be $4,500 for the hub to stand that up and keep it going for a month, $75 in cloud credits. You need to have expertise from the scientists to constrain what the hub needs, and 2 to 4 work weeks to build and maintain that hub. With CryoCloud, next, a lot of that is eliminated. So that 2 to 4 weeks that was spent building that hub can now be used to make CryoCloud better. And the guy who ran this, Matt Fisher, is an expert in software development. So when he comes on and he's just had $4,500 saved and 2 to 4 work weeks saved in time, he can now put that time into adding new tools to CryoCloud that everyone will benefit from. And so we get this shared resource like community model where expertise is shared, technology is shared, and instead of all building this infrastructure, reinventing the wheel, all redoing the same thing over and over, we're building in one direction together. Next. And so this is some of the feedback that he gave. He said even the $75 feels like zero because he can run this workshop without having to deal with every single person's different problems on their computer. And the quality of life benefits, the things that he improves, hopefully just have to be done once. And then everyone else can benefit from it, and no one else has to build this thing again. Next. So these are kind of the benefits that we gained from CryoCloud, and we're still learning a lot about them. But hopefully what you take from this is not just the fact that we have this technological improvement, innovation that we're making. Next. We also have this social innovation, the best practices that we're kind of building as well. And what we know from previous work is that most of the benefit that we gain from innovation is actually from the social innovation. And how do we use the tools? How do we build together as a community? That sort of thing. How do we gamify it? And so that social improvement that I've talked about, the things that we're providing to the community, how we collaborate together, all of that is really important to think about, and not just the technologies. And so we need to be actively engaged as scientists and researchers in the work in these new technologies to make them curated perfectly for what we need. And so having that active engagement and actually using things like this Jupyter Hub that you have provided to you for the Eddy Symposium will help you do that. So this really is to show that open science is a process and not a product. And I think, thank you. Next slide. Really what we've done with CryoCloud is to gamify. So by bringing these experts into the cloud, they're sustaining CryoCloud without me. They make the improvements to CryoCloud now without me needing to do it. I am not the cloud expert. I am a scientist. I started all of this without being able to do any software development. And once we've hit this critical mass with experts who are really invested in this infrastructure and excited about that, now they're contributing. They want to add to the environment. They want to add tools themselves, and they know the best tools. So I don't have to do that anymore. Someone asks for something, and another expert who is not being paid by CryoCloud is answering those questions because they're excited about it. So that's how we gamify this. With that, thank you, and I'll take any questions that you have.
And questions? questions?
Shall I go first? This is really cool. Thank you for coming and sharing about this. I have two questions about about what I saw. So a user could come without credits and use CryoCloud. Is that, and how does that work? And the other question is, if we would like to extend CryoCloud into being able to deal with heliophysics data, what would be the steps that we will need to take?
Is this working? Yeah, cool. So CryoCloud is a model that can be transferred to any community. So I don't know how large this cloud should be. I think that's partially what we're trying to figure out. I think I've gone beyond thinking that, you know, a cloud should be a platform, a Jupyter Hub should be built for each team, because I think we're showing as a community that as a field we use a similar environment, that we can share this infrastructure and it saves in our community, and having this individually for each team would not be as beneficial as having one for our entire community. Should it be NASA providing one Jupyter Hub for all of its communities? I'm not sure that that's the case, right? But this model that we've built is transferable to any sort of community. In terms of our users, we are funded by NASA Transformed Open Science and by the ISET2 science team. And we have asked for $12,000 of cloud credits per year, and also for the cloud infrastructure costs, which are about $2,500 a month. And so those cloud credits that we have are available, and that's what our users are kind of sitting on top of. And then if people want something that are like larger servers, which a lot of our users need something much larger, we're figuring out infrastructure for them to be able to add a dedicated server to CryoCloud, so not having to build pay the $2,500 on the back end just to sustain the cloud, but to cover the cloud costs for that new server that they want to access. And so I have a user, Tyler Sutterly, who runs Slide Rule, which is processing NASA data on demand. And he has a huge production, and he wants to use $20,000 of cloud credits a year. He wants a dedicated server, so that's what we're working to build for him. So it's customizable, so our individual users can scale up and do huge amounts of compute if they want to. But our typical users are only going to be, you know, could do all of their work in Excel if they really wanted to. Like, you're using fractions of cents per day. Like, that user doesn't really need to bring their own cloud credits, and $12,000 a year covers all of that work. Does that answer both of your questions?
It does. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Rebecca?
Comment on the same train of thought, so stick around. So we have a complementary effort pushing towards this in heliophysics. So they're calling it HelioCloud. And I know that the 2I2C team and the HelioCloud team on the tech side there's been voiced statements like, we want to collaborate because there are strengths in the 2I2C program, and there's other capabilities in HelioCloud that we're trying to figure out how to piece this together to get something better. But I see a NASA emblem on there and no other agency funding this. And I know in HelioCloud, it's a NASA thing and no other agency. So Lisa Winter, NSF people, right? I think this needs to be a cross-agency thing, because heliophysics isn't just NASA, right? We have CEDAR and GEM. I know they're NSF funded. I don't know about SHINE. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, these are primarily US things, but I know they're international. So CEDAR is Lisa, you could say this better than I could, so I will stumble through this. So CEDAR is a community for ionosphere, thermosphere, mesosphere efforts. GEM is for geospace, and SHINE is for loosely solar physics. So I think a good way to push forward, and I want your opinions, is to start experimenting with what this could look like for at least those three communities right there, and to see if, okay, are we too big here? Do we need to be smaller and focus on the in this case, the model validation challenges for that are in each of those communities. What do we do about the people that want to use the large data sets, like the whole 20 petabytes of SDO on the cloud? But how do we support that? It can't just be one institution, but this can't just be NASA. So.
Yeah, I mean, that's a conversation I literally had with part of our team like 2 days ago. I've made a little bit of effort to work with NSF for CryoCloud and get funding from them. It should be a joint effort for sure. And we are starting to support, NSF efforts. And there are times where NSF and NASA really come together and do joint funding. We haven't achieved that yet. I will say, shout out for NASA. I was, an early postdoc who sat in on the science team meeting, and I came up with this idea with Joanna in a science team meeting, approached our program officer and pitched it, and then they funded it. And they were excited. They're ready to fund this really exciting, opportunity. And I don't think that sort of pipeline is quite as, or has been quite as available to us at NSF, where, I've pitched this multiple times. I've gotten funding, and it really doesn't require, another proposal and, weeks of my time to create that proposal for NSF. When we're already supporting the NSF community, it really it should be community funded, as you said, and it shouldn't be. It would be great if it wasn't so hard to make this a joint effort.
One thing that I'm thinking really quick is that maybe today we could do an impromptu open science group in the working group session, since we have you here. And so if that's okay, we could do that to talk more about these things, taking advantage of today's topic. So
I have just two remarks. The first is, thanks for an awesome talk. The idea for CryoCloud really, I think, emerged in discussions that took place in Vail at the third Eddy Symposium, and then Tasha really led it. And, that was just June of 2022. And it's gone like gangbusters, I would say, since then. So congratulations to you on your leadership.
We now have 300 users.
300 users.
One year.
So the question that Andres asked, I think, is really interesting. I have a metaphor that I like to think of and just bring forth. This is something that Fernando Perez has really talked about a lot too. We can think of CryoCloud as a kind of digital village, and it has governance, mayor, Tasha Snow, and then there's maybe an adjacent digital village, a little ways away that might be on heliophysics. But in the same way that, your credit card works when you go to Vail or when you go to Aspen or when you go to Golden, there are certain common structures in villages that should be common across these digital villages as well, and maybe some common governance. Maybe there's a mail system so that you can send a letter from one village to the other and facilitate collaboration, et cetera. The boundaries of these villages is not clear. How many people should be on the same hub isn't clear, and that's something that Tasha hinted at. And my last comment is that I just want to highlight and congratulate Tasha Snow. So she is the winner of the Open Science Recognition Prize at AGU that will be given in December. So congratulations, Tasha. I think we see why you got the award.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. I wasn't planning to ask any questions, but these conversations will always raise more questions. So glad to hear that this concept began last year at Eddy Symposium, when we didn't even know that we would be doing a follow-on and probably follow the path to doing this symposium for here on, for as long as we can find resources. The 2I2C, I became familiar with all of this only last year myself, right? And I brought all kinds of people, invited them just to participate and listen, and what can we build together. Love the concept of Pangeo. There are there are community members toying with ideas of HelioGeo, sort of. There's another name, I'm forgetting that. I wanted to share one other story, and I think I'm going to put Dan on the spot. So there is not only all this going on, right? the 2I2C example last year at Eddy Symposium led to this graduate student of dance
Greg
who
Cook.
was able to extract. He's going to tell you how many thousands, and that graduate student now finished his PhD and has a postdoc. So just say a little bit about how that came about.
Yeah.
Just from one meeting.
So we were, I think, in that first brainstorming session that they had in the sort of exoplanet group, one of the questions, I think, one of the ideas, and this is if we can post the video from last year, it'd be great, because we talked a little bit about how we were brainstorming on, well, what's the uncertainty in when you're looking at a planet through the uncertainty in the stellar spectra. And so Alison Youngblood was there, and through the whole week, they created this amazing tool where you could start to pull down from the MUSCLES database all of the spectral irradiance and then generate a forcing data set for the Wacom model had been tweaked for, say, TRAPPIST or something like that. And so anyway, that paper just came out. I posted the link and I talked about that. But that was the third paper that Greg had done. And having those tools, knowing how to use the model, he went and interviewed at Cambridge, got a postdoc, 3-year postdoc. He's now trying to interpret JWST observations, so his dream job. So, amazing things can come out of this workshop.
Yes, we can kind of moment.
Yeah.
You should come to this workshop.
Next time, you'll be an invited speaker next time.
Okay, so thanks, Tasha, again, and congratulations for the AGO work. Yeah. Thank you. So our next speaker is Julie Barnum from LASP, University of Colorado, Boulder. So she will talk about the PyHC.
Hey everyone, thanks for having me. So my name's Julie, I've already been introduced, and I am the lead for the Python in Heliophysics community, otherwise known as PyHC. And I just wanted to talk a bit about it today and introduce some things that we're working on to try to integrate better with the open science efforts. Next slide. Oh. The other one. Do I have a second option?
That's it. Yep. So we're just gonna hit that guy.
Okay. Thank you all. This is easier. Thank you. Okay, cool. Technical difficulties. Cool. So just a quick overview, because there's a lot of new faces here, and I don't know that everyone knows a whole lot about this effort. So PyHC, we're a community that promotes and facilitates the use of development for Python and heliophysics specifically. And our big goal is to serve as a community knowledge base when it comes to performing heliophysics research in open source software in Python. So we're working to provide, a variety of tutorials for the community in heliophysics and space weather, resources, a list of useful packages, general discussion, and advice from experts within the area to those who might want to use the package or, contribute their own code or package. And you can find us at pyhc.org. So over the past few years, since we formed in 2018, we've collected a list of over 70-ish packages now related to heliophysics and space weather in Python. We have a set of core packages, which consists of packages that have a wide range of functionality in their area and are used by a lot of our community. Some of the people associated with those packages are here right now. We have several other widely used projects that we include within our code base that are more specific in nature, but still really useful to the broader community. And then we have what I call unevaluated packages. We ask all of our packages basically to evaluate themselves against standards that we as a community decided back at our 2018 meeting. And so when you go to our website, you can go and look and see all the packages there, and we have a bit of a stoplight system so that you can see how well our packages are or aren't adhering to the standards that we as a community wanted them to follow. Green being, you're doing great. Orange, questionable. Red, obviously, you've got a lot of improvement to do. Oops, how do I go back? There we go. So we cover a wide range of domains with our packages within heliophysics, from science, the solar, heliospheric, geospace sciences, and ITM. a wide range of software capabilities, from packages dealing with modeling like Komodo, some machine learning capabilities, several different packages that work with plotting and data visualization and analysis, and so forth. And then some of our packages, more recently, we've been reaching out to try to incorporate mission software capability packages. So helping a lot of the heliospheric-based missions actually get to go and run their processing pipelines with our software. I'm just going to quickly go through these. So we have several different ways that we interact amongst each other and with the wider community. We have our bi-weekly telecons, approximately anyway, where we chat amongst the developers within the community. They're open to everyone else around. They involve a lot of project intros and updates. So if you're ever curious about what's going on within our community or want to know more about packages, you should definitely come to those. We have some biannual meetings. We didn't have one this year. There's this big DASH, data analysis and software in heliophysics meeting earlier this year. So most of us were there. We didn't have a full meeting, but we'll have one in February. And you can just see there's a lot of different upcoming meetings we'll be at. So if you ever want to communicate further, you can find us pretty easily. So I just wanted to talk about some of our upcoming efforts that relate to, open science and all the initiatives that have been put forth today. So having a bunch of random packages assembled under one website, great, but not the most useful, right? So one of our end goals with the PyHC community is making basically a PyHC software environment that we bundle into one, Docker package that you can install from PyPy or Conda. And that really works towards our goal of having an interoperable environment that users could take our packages and work with, because many users don't just work with one package at a time, right? They want to use multiple packages together. So we're trying to make that easier for you all to do. And that resulted from a previous summer school effort that we talked about. And at our last spring meeting, I'm not going to touch too much on those things, but basically we just went through the process of starting this, getting an import.py list where we can at the very least start, can we import all of our packages? What are our allowable ranges for all these various dependencies throughout all these packages? And what can we work with to get everything in one environment? So that was the first big step of getting this process off the ground and running. So that was a big moment of success for us. And the Docker image that uses that environment is available on Docker Hub if you're curious about that. And very, very recently, we started chatting with HelioCloud, which Rebecca mentioned earlier, as well as ESA Data Labs, on seeing if they would be able to integrate, this PyHC environment into their cloud-based platform so that more people can get access to this. It's not so siloed of an effort, and it's easier to access. So I alluded to a summer school earlier. We had our first one back in 2022, and this is really the biggest effort that we've put forth into integrating, more people within the community into PyHC and getting more people involved in general. So we're building upon the success of that event that happened in 22 over in ESA in Spain. We're going to be doing it again this summer. The first one had about 500 people registered, so hopefully we can still get a pretty good turnout for the next one too. It's going to be here in Colorado at LASP, actually, next May. And I'm pretty sure I have the dates on the next slide. But the whole idea of the summer school is to educate, students and early career scientists in the software capabilities we have through PyHC and get them involved in the community, because these are really living projects. They aren't meant to just be siloed efforts of here's the code, go work with it. So we want to get more people involved in this and see that ownership, of these packages is throughout the community, not just the core developers, right? The other objective is to expose heliophysics researchers to cloud-based platforms through specifically HelioCloud is who we're partnering with. So that's a big test for HelioCloud and showing some updated capabilities they've input since the last summer school. And then, of course, one of the big goals of the summer school, right, is to improve PyHC as a whole. So we started out just a small, maybe like 20-person set of people, chatting in a room and trying to get ideas going and get more people talking, less siloed efforts, and more integration and interoperability happening in our packages. But if we want to keep doing that, we need a more diversified community. We can't just have people from a few key institutions talking together, right? We want to get more voices and more thoughts from worldwide participation. It also helps us learn, where are our limitations still with our software? People using our software is the best way to find that out, right? And then it motivates our packages to keep working and see the reason, the end goal, and the people that they're doing this for when it comes to interoperable work with our packages, which often requires, a lot of extra effort that isn't necessarily always directly funded by an effort. So if you are interested in seeing more about what that's about, like I said, it's going to be next year at last, May 20 to 24. It's free. So if you're local, you don't have to pay for it, just show up. And it's open to basically anyone who's interested. In particular, we're thinking of like grad students, undergrads, early career scientists, and just in general, anyone who's interested in broadening their understanding of Python and heliophysics and who are interested in working on this open source development piece of open science. So if you're a QR kind of person, I have that up there. And then also the link for the school is underneath. You can just go to our website, pyhc.org, and go to /summer-school-24. So that was the bulk of the introduction into PyHC. Really, really quick spin through it. Like I mentioned, we have our website where you can go and find a whole lot more information about us. It has the list of all of our projects, upcoming meetings, telecons, more information you might be interested in. And all of the projects, like I mentioned, have that grading system. You can see how well they're adhering to our standards, which you can also find our standards super easily visible under our documents. It's all on GitHub. Everything is open source in that open science spirit. We also record all of our meetings and our telecons and throw them on YouTube, so easy to go and watch them and find out more of what we've been talking about. We have a couple different chat room options depending on your flavor of preference. So we have the general Slack, which there's a QR code invite up there. We also have Element, which is an open source free-based software version of Slack. So our Slack bridges to our Element. So whichever version you feel like using more, you're going to get the information to everyone regardless. There's a mailing list you can get on. It's truly the most official way of joining PyHC. We don't have a very specific way other than show up and participate and you're in. So if you have any further questions or you want to know more about what we do, this was just like a very, very small taste of what all PyHC is involved in this presentation. Feel free to join the Slack, send an email to the mailing list, or drop me a line. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. I think let's do the Q&A after each talk. So let's do your Q&A and then the next talk. I think this is probably easier because you still have the slides there. So I have a question for you, Julie. So as the community is moving from like IDL to Python, and so we have a lot of code written in IDL that doing the calibration, and there's a huge amount of a code base that need to be transferred to Python. We are doing this gradually, but we have very limited resource to do this. This is not funded. This is basically use most of the person's personal time. And so I wonder if the Python community have some kind of support for doing this kind of transfer. Yeah.
If I'm remembering right.
I tried. It doesn't work. Because the IDL part, is not work. Yeah. So the Python works pretty good, but not IDL. Yeah. So I want to hear your suggestions.
Sure. I mean, the PyHC itself doesn't have funding to just dole out to people or anything like that, but I feel like there's some NASA Roses calls that Rebecca might remember the exact names of them on that deal with transferring legacy code into.
A good resource would be to talk to Jim Lewis of PySpeedas. They've been facing the same problem with Speedas, which is an IDL and converting it to Python. So he's a good resource. He's friendly. He'll answer your emails. It's no problem. But yeah, there are NSF and NASA resources, and there may be other resources and other agencies to propose to give money for that.
Yeah, and I mean, another option is always, sometimes there's just so much code to be translated that maybe it's not reasonable or feasible. We can always work at creating wrappers that can still access that code, so that code can still be used by communities with a software that's more familiar to newer users and is more accessible without the paywall in front of it like IDL has.
Thank you. And any other questions? Rebecca?
So I know the answers, but these people don't. So little advertising on the summer school, because it's cool. Is PyHC planning on offering or trying to offer travel money to people trying to attend this thing?
Yeah, we're
And
looking
wait,
into.
second half, and will it be hybrid?
Ooh, good question. I'll answer the second one first. Yes. I think the only thing that may not be hybrid is that we're going to have a poster session, and those tend to go poorly in a virtual format, so we're just not going to do that. But the rest of it will be both in person and online. Like we have all of our meetings and telecon streamed to YouTube. We'll also have that there. And as for the funding, I'm chatting right now to see about getting some student travel support in the form of NSF funding. So there's more to come on that later, but we are looking into it. It's something we couldn't offer at our first summer school because frankly, we had it at the end of May and started in earnest planning for it at the end of January of the same year, and it kind of blew up bigger than we thought it would. So we're looking at it for this time around.
Yeah, this is great. I'm impressed with I'm curious about this traffic light system. I mean, the big, when you're working on big community models and everything, and everyone wants their piece of code into a model, there's this question of governance and who are the gatekeepers. And I'm just curious, is this just a set of objective source, code criteria that lead to this, or is there actually a panel that doles out their lights? Or how does it work?
Yeah, so as of now, it's been a self-evaluation system. We do have our tech lead, Sean Polson, who's on PyHC, that goes through and also double checks grading and making sure that packages aren't just making things up, essentially. But most people are pretty true and honest about where they stand with their code base. So up till now, that's been the standard. Should we need to later, especially for packages that aren't hitting all the green lights, all the good parts that we want them to get, we are looking at bringing in some more expertise later within the community that could help with that. Myself, my background's not actually heliophysics, it's atmospheric science. I got my master's in radar meteorology, and then our tech lead is also not a heliophysicist, but we get a lot of the knowledge that we need to do these kind of things throughout the community. So in the same way that the last presentation was talking about getting, kind of that critical mass of experts within the field to help out so that the main leaders don't necessarily need to be able to do all of that, is what we've done within PyHC. So.
Thank you. That was, yes, another excellent talk. I mean, this has been a great symposium for me, learning a lot of new things. I was familiar with the idea of HC, but I didn't know the extensive effort that is going on. And then hearing the previous talk, by Jim and Natasha, it just seems like just in this symposium, and it's pretty small, that there are components already of something like a pan-geo to maybe pan-helio that you people should start thinking of. I mean, these are elements, right? One question I have for you is, where is this support coming from? Are these agency funding, institutional funding? What is the source?
So the source for at least myself and Sean is NASA HTRL. So we've been funded by unsolicited proposals in the past, and that's what we're on right now. And it really honestly just started as a conversation between my old boss and the old head of HTRL that worked with her to get funding. And then it just kind of grew from there.
So this is NASA heliophysics. Thank you.
Yeah.
The last, okay.
I was just going to say, I think that's pretty amazing. Like, technically, a lot of my funding is coming from unsolicited. So this is kind of on the back channels that NASA's doing a lot of this amazing innovation, and they've been really open to doing. And I think that that's super cool.
For sure.
Okay, last quick question.
Thank you, Julie, for the amazing work. I was fortunate enough to attend your last summer school.
Oh, great.
Where you did a lot of tutorial teachings on the use of these softwares. But during the process of the tutorials, you gave us access to the Jupyter notebooks that we used and simulated in the course of our studies. But after the tutorials, some of these tutorials, these softwares were not able to run because, for instance, in Africa, we may not have workstations that are capable of utilizing this software. So my question is it possible for you to migrate some of these softwares that you use in your system into cloud-based systems where it can be accessible to all students throughout the year? Thank you.
Yeah, so as for moving our software into a cloud-based system, that's the biggest thing that we're looking at now with partnering with Helio Cloud and ESA Data Labs for the European faction folks. So soon to come, I believe Helio Cloud already is running our last version of PyHC software in the cloud from the summer school that we had in 2022. And we're looking to get this new virtual environment where it combines all the PyHC packages into one for you to use into that platform as well, so that anyone, anywhere in the world could go and use it and not have to worry about having necessarily the right resources.
To hook them up to Jupyter Lite, in which case people that don't have access to cloud and there's maybe no budget for cloud, you can click the link and essentially the entire infrastructure environment is built in browser and it delegates the costs. It eliminates the cloud as a cost mechanism for some of this. Of course, there's a strong limitation on what you can do in browser compared to what you might pull off if you've got terabytes or petabytes. But for a lot of this mobilization of initial learning and tutorial style work, we should look into these Jupyter Lite or Binder Lite mechanisms to do things in browser.
Great idea.
Oh, thank you, Julie. Oh. So the last talk will be given by Vincent Latvina from University of Alaska Fairbanks.
All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Vincent Latvina. I'm a first-year PhD student at the University of Alaska Fairbanks. I'm also a citizen scientist and aurora chaser. And even though my PhD research focuses on auroral beads, I'm really excited to be here today to present about citizen science and agile collaboration. So before I begin, just want to thank all my co-authors as well as the SOC here at the Eddy Symposium for giving me this opportunity. So we've all heard of citizen science, or at least I hope that we have, but what really is citizen science? And this is a really nice definition that I found. It's organized research in which members of the public engage in the processes of scientific investigations by asking questions, collecting data, and or interpreting results. And there's 10 sort of founding principles of citizen science that I found online, the European Citizen Science Association. I'm not going to go through all of them here, but basically, you know, if you're conducting research using citizen scientist data or you are running a project, you have to make sure that you're being equitable and treating your participants fairly, that they have a stake in the scientific process, that you're evaluating yourself as you go and iterating, and that your participants are being rewarded in some way, that they're getting as much out of the project or the interaction as you are as a scientist. So now moving on to the concept of agility, and we've all heard of agility in sort of the sports definition. It's like being quick or nimble. But when it comes to science, it's the extent to which a person, group of people, technology, or project can work efficiently, pivot, and adapt to adversity. And everyone has agility. Every single human has the ability to identify patterns in data. You can give somebody a really noisy set of data with really faint patterns, and they can pick that out in a second. You might have to code a huge block of text for months to do the same thing. If you give somebody a really noisy data and it has some spikes, they can easily pick that out. It's identification. And also, the public is not biased in the science sense when approaching a project. Sometimes as scientists, you know, we have a result in mind and we try and find data to support that. The public does not have that bias. They just see the data and pick out the result, and it's pure science at its best form. And contextualizing this for heliophysics, aurora chasers immediately jump out. And I'm an aurora chaser, so what that means is I go out and take photos of the night sky. So these two photos here I took in North Dakota, and then all the slide backgrounds too are my own photos. So I go out every single clear night, essentially, and chase the aurora. So this is sort of like my bread and butter. And aurora chasers are agile. We have the ability to identify unique features in the sky. And this principle led to the discovery of Steve. And Steve has been around forever. It's a phenomenon that's probably been around for billions of years. But it was not known to scientists to be visible to the human eye. So aurora chasers, primarily in the Alberta Aurora Chasers group, went to scientists and showed them photos of this weird white streak in the sky and said, hey, we're seeing this, what is it? And it was formerly known as a proton arc, and then they named it STEVE, which actually became a backronym, so an acronym, but backwards. It's Strong Thermal Emission Velocity Enhancement. Citizen scientists also produce scientifically valuable data. So aurora chasers specifically, we have a lot of technical knowledge of cameras, which, when we're out taking photos, the metadata of exposure automatically get recorded into our files. Also, a lot of us know that our data could be scientifically useful. So we make sure that our cameras are very time accurate, GPS time accuracy. We have really precise location data. And this helps when collaborating with scientists because as a scientist, you want robust data with a lot of metadata that you can just plug into your code and you can put the time, date, location, all that stuff. So there's been a lot of prominent publications, especially around Steve, that have featured citizen scientist images, and one of them even got the cover of GRL there. Citizen scientists also have both contributory and experiential expertise. This applies not only to aurora chasers, but just everyone in general. So citizen scientists, a lot of them are not subject matter experts in space physics or meteorology or heliophysics, but a lot of them do hold advanced degrees in other fields, which can bring alternate perspectives to scientific projects. And as a scientist, it's important to approach, if you're stuck in a problem, it's important to have someone who can sort of come in and say, hey, how about we flip the table and look at it this way? And having citizen scientists in the picture can help do that and give you another perspective that might help you solve the really tough problems. Specifically, aurora chasers are experts in astrophotography, and a lot of us do it in our hobbies. So we have day jobs like engineers, musicians, artists, different occupations that help bring different perspectives to these scientific collaborations. Aurora chasers and citizen scientists also have experiential expertise. So not only aurora chasers, but another group that pops out are the ham radio operators. Aurora chasers, though, I've spent hundreds of nights outside looking at the aurora. So if there's a scientist that's trying to find a rare or unusual auroral phenomenon, instead of them looking at thousands and thousands of all sky images, I could pick that out immediately and say, oh yeah, I've seen that twice, right? Out of 1,000 times I've seen the aurora. So, and it's funny too, a lot of aurora scientists have actually never seen the aurora, which is a little bit ironic. So it's nice when scientists come to me and say, hey, we have this phenomenon. Do you have any photos? Like, how often do you think this happens in your experience? And it's nice to be recognized that way. And it's important that people realize, hey, there's people out here that might know a little bit more about, how often some things occur than I do. Citizen scientists also bridge science and the public. So as scientists, we're trying to distill what our mission is down to the public, inspire them, and that obviously drives funding through taxpayer initiatives. But it's really hard to do that. And citizen scientists can sort of act as a bridge between our really top-level science and what the public really cares about. Citizen scientists are obviously the public, but they're really engaged and enthusiastic about the science that we do. So if we can sort of give them our version of things, they can take that and then, bring it down to a public knowledge level. So that's really important for inspiring the next generation of scientists and for keeping the stuff that we do relevant. And agility not only applies to people, but it also applies to projects. And one project that I've helped out with is the Aurorasaurus project, and it demonstrates agility through the Ambassador Network, which connects the public with scientists. It also provides a platform for aurora chasers to submit their images with metadata like time, location, and also a little notes field where people can input exactly what they're seeing. So Aurorasaurus, just for some context, is a site, aurorasaurus.org. It's actually a NASA citizen science project, one of the oldest in heliophysics. And it facilitates agile collaboration. Citizen scientists can upload their photos onto a website, and those submissions get plotted alongside the Aurora Oval, which is a model, the Ovation Prime model outputted by NOAA. So this project is really great, and it just is one of many, many projects in the NASA Citizen Science Project fleet. And if you're not familiar with the Heliophysics Big Year, it's an initiative happening now that started just last summer, which goes for the whole year. So we had the eclipse this month, we'll have the eclipse next year. And these projects are going to be highlighted. They're already being highlighted. And it's also the year of open science as defined by the White House initiative. So this stuff is really up and coming. And it's important that we recognize it this year, but not just this year, but moving forward in all years. So just some concluding thoughts. Heliophysics is becoming increasingly technology driven, and we have a lot of big data problems. I'm not saying that citizen science can solve everything, but it can do a lot. And it's important that we at least acknowledge it and determine whether or not it suits our needs and whether it can help us out. The agility of citizen science is integral to many things, engaging the public with agency efforts, cultivating science that bridges disciplines, and approaching science problems in new ways. And if you're looking to incorporate citizen science in your project, there's a number of funding opportunities through NASA Roses that you can check out. And that's it. Thanks for attention, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Vincent. Questions? Lisa?
Yeah, thank you. That was a really great talk. I just wanted to point out that a lot of these projects are supported by NSF, and NSF is really excited to support citizen science. So the Rorosaurus Project and Citizen Kate are part of that. And I know you are an NSF GRFP, which is really amazing because I've put you on slides to advertise the program. So I just wanted to call that out and say this is really great work. And people who are interested in citizen science should also look to NSF because we are supporting a lot of things there, like Citizen Kate and Rorosaurus and graduate research fellowships that let you do things like this. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lisa, for bringing this up. Yes, I think NASA doesn't share all the limelight. I mean, and I think this partnership effort should be highlighted more between the things we do with NSF, with NOAA. You know, NASA might have slightly more budget because we do missions, but a lot of the ground level science is being done by all of us, maybe under different banners. So thank you. This is awesome. You might not know this, but you have now acquired a nickname from the Eddy Symposium. You are the Aurora guy. So
I'll
people
take it.
can't remember the names, but everyone knows who the person is when that is said. I am really glad that you actually, shed some light on the citizen science concept because SMD is taking this very seriously. There is significant amount of resources actually being devoted. And so this Heliophysics Big Year, which actually started with the annular eclipse, 14th of October, and it's going to end actually with the perihelion passage of Parker Solar Probe. These are the two milestone markers, which happens actually in end of December of 2024. Of course, in between there is a total solar eclipse. I just want to give you one example of how you can actually really address significant, important science also, as he's giving you examples. These data are important. Sometimes we want to use auroral data in some of our problems in like Frontier Development Lab, where we have included the auroral current sheet, and that gives very different kind of results when you are actually looking at the perturbations in geospace. The other example I was going to give you is this proposal that is actually enabling, they've developed a tool and they did a dry run for the annular eclipse. But what they're doing is with Android, iPhone, any kind of device, during the total solar eclipse, along the path of totality, just allowing people to take pictures. Now, what does it mean? It's not taking pictures because these are not necessarily going to be super duper high resolution, but sufficient high resolution. So how is it going to be better than our satellite data? That's not the goal. The goal is to collect this data. And because we have such incredible sort of mapping of the moon, the lunar topography that I had mentioned, less than 1 meter scale resolution. The goal is for these people to capture Bailey's beads. Bailey's beads essentially is the sun's light coming through the valleys, right, on the moon. And with that, because we have so all our devices have this amazing resolution in spatial, temporal, where exactly are you located, that you can connect that information to recalculate the diameter of the sun. And if you have sufficient data, it could change significantly, and we know how important that is. So there are all kinds of interesting topics. You should maybe both you and I should put some links on the Slack for people to see the activities that are going on that you can participate in or contribute your own ideas, even propose your ideas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vincent, and thank you for all the speakers for the very vivid session this morning. So let's have so Kate has something to announce.
Good morning. We'll have a little break, some more talks, and then before we break for lunch, we're all going to convene here for a group photo. And if you could wear your NASA scarves, that would be ideal. So thanks.
Thank you, Kate. Yeah, let's have a short break. Let's come back at 11. Right. Yeah. Thank you.
I just wanted to say I appreciate your comments. Actually, The title slide with it's all about their sometimes I just like also
Okay, so it's already past 11. That's get started for the second session of the day. Okay, so the next talk is an invited talk given by Rebecca Ringat from NASA Goddard Flight Center. So she will talk about software in the spectrum of open science. It's all yours.
Thank you. So this talk is kind of improv because they told me yesterday, but in all fairness, these slides are mostly copy and pasted from a different talk. So here we go. I think it's relevant to talk about software here, particularly on the day of open science, because there's been a lot of progress on pushing towards open data. There is a growing sentiment internationally, as I'm told by my European colleagues, that they're basically fine with opening their data as long as there's no, their version of ITAR restrictions and such things. And we have the same similar things here. But the conversation around opening up software is definitely less matured. So green button goes forward. Let's try this out. Here we go. So QR codes are coming. So be prepared for that. But I typically provide links too. So here we go. So since this is an international thing, and since open science is international, I like to start most of my slides with this one. It's just basically a word cloud that I made pulling definitions of open science from various communities into this tech thing that basically is a frequency plot of how often a word occurs. So words that are big and words that are typically towards the center are words that occurred most often in these definitions. So if we look at those words that are highlighted, we can make the tentative conclusion that at least the thing that most of these definitions agree upon is that open science is the process of making scientific knowledge and collaborations open. So let's moving forward with that definition. So focusing on software, in my mind, there's two pieces to it. There's making software searchable, which is one thing, and then making software usable. So going off of that general thing, I'm going to glaze over this slide to get to the usable part for this workshop. So how to archive software. So that FAIR is highlighted in a different color because it refers not to the fairness of life or unfairness of life, but rather to the acronym that was published by Wilkinson et al. In 2016. Link is at the bottom for the paper. But that acronym is findability, accessibility, interoperability, and reusability. And those words don't have often don't have the meaning you think it has. But I'm not going to dive into those details here in this talk. It's enough to say that if you want to make software findable, you at least need to have a DOI for it, some permanent, persistent identifier, so that you can cite the darn thing that you worked so hard on. And that goes a long way for acknowledging contribution to these things. If you want it accessible, well, that DOI needs to land to a descriptive landing page, even if your software is restricted. So this is an example that I saw on the software.nasa.gov website where they have a descriptive landing page for software, even if I, as some person maybe outside of NASA, can't access it. At least I can see a description of it and reference that page to cite it properly. Interoperable. This has more of a link to the metadata community, so probably fly over most of the people here, but to describe that software with standardized vocabulary, says in, if we're going to talk about software and be able to search for it, we want to be able to search for it with the same terms. Personally, I think some AI technology can definitely help with that. You want me to switch mics?
Which one you prefer?
I prefer not to hold more things. Thanks, though. Okay. Reusable, to start with. So reusable has quite a lot of content behind it. So there's a NASM study, so National Academy of Science and Engineering and Medicine, that published a 257-page report on this topic. I'm not going to go into that here. But enough to say, to start with, if you want software to be reusable, there at least needs to be a clear indication of license. Whether that's restricted or open is per software package, but it at least needs to be clearly identified. And if we start with these basics, then we suddenly start clearing away this jungle, this confetti of software, where people can better search for what software is already done, and they can actually cite work that has been done and help acknowledge the contribution problem that we have in software. Okay, so I've been talking about a jungle. This is my favorite slide in the entire deck. A little bit of an artsy background, just a touch though. So I find 4 loose categories of software in the wild. And the transparency of that black layer on top of the jungle has to do with the current situation of standards in that particular software category from my perspective. So the general use software, I am referring to packages you probably already use, like NumPy, SciPy, and also to, say, the PyHC packages. Julie's not in the room. Where'd she go? So she is definitely the voice for that. I will not speak much to that. And there's already a lot of progress on standards for those types of software, although there's always room for improvement, such as finding the darn things on GitHub. And then there's mission software, which has a lot of standards built upon that general use software, but there's work that needs to be done. And there's going to be a pair of workshops coming up here at LASP next year, led by Greg Lucas, to talk about this and related topics for software missions. So again, I'm going to glaze over that and leave that to them. I'm going to focus on starting a discussion that we will host on Mirrorboard, so please make an account, to talk about standards that would be useful for software associated with publications and modeling simulation software. So don't get out the pitchforks. Trust me, I want to listen to you. Okay, so glazing over these next 2 slides. So current progress that Julie didn't include in her presentation on PyHC. Unfortunately, this is her work. So the PyHC community has a mission that definitely supports open science, particularly in software. And they're working on a collaboration with PyOpenSci, which is not heliophysics specific, but they already have a code review process based on the Journal for Open Source Software code review process that helps to prevent confetti. So if something's already done, you didn't know about it, they'll just point you to it. It helps people learn how to package software, learn how to make it more usable for others, and so on and so forth. And gracefully sunset a package when you can't maintain it anymore for X, Y, Z reasons. So there's already a lot of progress on that. So I expect to see great things coming from that collaboration. Open Science for Missions. So here I'm going to digress a little bit off of my topic and acknowledge that there's a lot more of an open science discussion happening for mission, even beyond software. That discussion is hosted on the slide deck, linked and QR coded on the top right corner. We have representation in that discussion, not only from heliophysics, but from other sciences as well. The motivation for that discussion is basically starts with this NASA policy that came out, this SPD 41A. You may or may not have heard of it, and may or may not apply to you, but the basic point is that they're now going to be requiring missions to do more things that in some cases they can't do because of restrictions on their data or restrictions on software, such as controlling the controlling software that you use to drive the satellite in the sky. Sorry. Helio cloud, cryo cloud, and no, I'm sorry. Here we go, third day of the conference, I can't talk. Okay, so the point of the conversation is, okay, if we have a mission that's faced with these kinds of restrictions and can't be as competitive in their proposal in these open science aspects, what are some other ideas they can do to make them more competitive? And there are at least 6 to 7 slides full of ideas that are not only based on the typical things like software, data, and publications, but also on involvement, collaboration with the community. How do you show that? Here are some ideas you can use that could be easy, could be hard. You pick what you want to choose your own adventure idea. Okay. So that discussion is happening on a Google slide deck on the cloud, but also in various conferences like this one. So invitation to join is open to everybody. All right, here's where I dig in and try to feed the discussion we're about to shift into in the next 5-ish minutes, depending on how much I ramble. Apologies already. So open science for software associated with publications, as you know, is a complete jungle. And the biggest problem is that it's simply not there. We don't have access to the analysis code that a particular person used to get from data set A or B all the way to their publication result. In some cases, that entire train can't be made open, but it could at least be described better or referenced or cited and these kinds of things. So I have some example landmarks on the way from fully closed, as in you don't even cite the darn thing. There's no citation to the data set. There's no citation to the software. It's basically you have to believe me because I got through the peer review process, and that's no longer enough. All the way to completely executable on the cloud, which is something I dragged Sean Polson through, one of the point people at PyHC. I had to convince him a lot to convince him that it was worth it, and now he's figured out how to do it for that particular use case. So I say this, but being completely executable with a publication is not a standard that is even possible for all publications. That's one of the points that the NASM study on software publication replicability and reproducibility had that conclusion. You can't do it for everything. But where along the spectrum you can push your publication towards is, again, a choose your own adventure. And part of the discussion will be as we talk as a community and set standards for what we need other people to do for us to even believe their effort versus what is ideal. That is the discussion that I'm trying to work on framing as we plan a workshop coming up in the middle of next year to make that discussion more official. So we're not looking to solve the problem here in whatever time that I have. We're looking to try to pull out what you think is important at the moment. Okay. So again, join the experiment. So plug for my own talk tomorrow. So I have an experiment that we're building together with a couple of different technologies, such as cloud computing, but also the open science framework, Helionauts, and various pieces. We're pulling it together to find out what is actually needed to make one use case of a more believable publication possible. So join the experiment. It's open. Link on the bottom is the DOI. It's on the open science framework. Okay, here's another piece. So here, hold on to your pitchforks. We don't need them today. But open science for modeling and simulation software. So let me be clear here on two things. One thing is that if a particular software that's associated with modeling and simulation is not meant for wide use, then that should probably be classified as software associated with publication and treated in the same way. But if that software is intended for wider use, we need to understand and discuss what is actually useful to, as a community, to ask of those people supplying the software. Second point I want to be clear on, I'm not just talking about modeling code. So even if that modeling code can only be run at at the modeling group's institution, there's other pieces of software that's useful here, such as the software that reads their custom file output, the software they use to plot the data, the software they use to interpolate through the data and convert to some sort of commonly used coordinate system. So I'm fully aware that there's these specialized coordinate systems that are internal for some models. How does the community actually use that data? How do we convert? So we can build upon some ideas that were put out in this NASA policy for mission software and consider whether that's useful or not in the conversation. All right, so now we're going to move towards discussion. So don't switch me just yet. So the QR code at the top right is to something called a Miro board. The link is there too. If someone could throw that in the Slack, that would be amazing. Oh, thanks. So etiquette on the board. So don't edit someone else's post, someone else's comment. Feel free to add a comment next to it or use the commenting feature on Miro board. But please go ahead and take a moment, log in, because I haven't done the paid version. I haven't set that up yet. You will have to log in and create an account. But if you have a Google email, you can just log in with that. I think it's 2 or 3 clicks and you're done. Otherwise, it's a bit more complicated. Apologies in advance. On my list to do. So the discussion goal is not to completely define everything here. I'm looking for your input to help me structure the conversation at this conference that I'm trying to plan. By the way, open to collaboration. I'm looking for organizers. It can't be just me. And I want it to also be cross-agency, so that conversation needs to happen too. But the discussion questions are arranged in 2 columns on the Miro board. So column on your left will be discussion questions correlating or corresponding to software associated with publications. Again, what is easy to do, what's easy, what's critical, what's difficult for you to do if you're supplying that software associated with publication, and what would you want of someone else if you were trying to use their software that was associated with their publication. And same questions on the other column. So on the column on the right, it's the same questions for modeling and simulation software. Again, not just the modeling codes, it's interpolator codes, reading codes, and so on. But same questions, what's easy, what's critical, what's difficult, if you're the one supplying it or if you're the one using it. So I'm going to stop talking actually, but my question for you is, can you discuss what column you at your table want to work on together and discuss together? And decide that, log into Miro board. The people in the back are going to be switching the screen to the Miro board, unless someone still needs the QR code. Wave at me if I need to stop. Nobody waving, so we're good. So please switch to the Miro board, please. They're going to move at random between these. Actually, that's probably fine. That's probably fine to leave it right there. You don't need to zoom in. But you should be able to have this on your board, so go ahead, discuss. If you're by yourself, maybe join someone else at another table. But we're going to have discussion groups here, and I'm just going to cycle. But maybe before I just stop talking, if there are any questions.
I posted the link in Open Science 2023.
Thank you. Can you also post it in the general channel? That would be amazing, Andres. So while you're logging into Miro board and figuring that out, before I wander around, anyone have questions for me?
There are 4 sections, but there are 2 columns. So
yes.
It's 2 identical to identical?
Yes.
Do you want to set up a time for people put the input?
No, they got until you tell us to stop. You're the timekeeper, not me. So I'm just going to start circling around the room and maybe prod the discussion along. Sometimes I'm a fire starter. Sometimes I put it out. So we'll see what happens at your table. Okay.
But anyone have questions for Rebecca related to the talk?
So I have a separate account, and now it's requesting access. So I think for those of us that have access to Miro, we're going to need you to allow us to enter rather than creating a new account.
It should be set up so that you can edit the board. That's how I set it up. So try to just go to the page. You should not have to do some sort of access.
Coming up with a request access.
Okay.
We could also build on this on the open science. So that I'm just saying, I have access. If maybe we can have one person per table access, we can do some right now and then later continue. Yes, well, I know this is a challenge.
Okay, cool.
So I have my I have the face station.
No, pain.
So it was
Pain.
pain.
Yeah, because I remember doing this.
And also,
Is that okay? I already linked to the board. So we put the link in the Slack.
I think I just typed it. I think I got it.
What's the URL? Description. No, but it's general. Yeah, it's on. Yeah, so as a no. We're just writing it out. I don't think I've ever actually gone to
Just type in the link. Once you have the account on your board, you don't need it. What was the summary? The questions are.
I got it.
You probably have to download the app. So just say X
Too many questions. Cannot be specific or too verbose in documentation. In code, documents is, even at a high level, versus everybody else's code. Daniel's going on here, so you cannot be, even if the document you're going overboard with it. And the code is common. That's a lot of work. Yeah. That's a good question. Yeah, that's a good philosophical question for sure. So. Have to modify it to do something. Now not that much. It's like 6 p.m. Something I don't.
We just need Richard said that what they do is change the name some rotation traffic and that so that there's no
Well, what does the model do that doesn't require you to write it? I had a chat conversation with UCAR COVID or changes to be hot. Yes. I'm about to send that. It doesn't have all the flexibility. Yeah. So for instance, we change the yeah, basically.
For those already on Mirror Board, there is a color coding. So blue is for stuff you think that's easy. Yellow is for stuff you think is critical. And dark pink is for stuff you think is difficult.
What about kinder?
Thing at the bottom is this is the well, you know,
Yeah, there's two different. So I feel like I have similar answers.
I like this quote from David on people talk about scientific publications, not disclosures. This whole discussion is also kind of predicated on the assumption that the paper is the paper. Like right now we have this software, there's the data, right? We tell the story over here. Maybe that's not the right way to do it. Maybe we need another different way to instead of we used to publish the paper, we're so scared. We don't publish the PDFs, but we're really just publishing. We're not really writing papers. But I see what you're saying.
These web centers, they have some target to make your model so that they this is kind of a big part. Drive they have like a data management have this like this is now required protocol. Yeah, that it takes time to
Yeah, because they have it's required. Right. If you get money, then you this part of your delivery. So and then eventually right.
Hello, everyone. We have about 4 more minutes. 4 more minutes.
Okay, now is 11:40. We need to move on, but before, well, Rebecca, you have something to say before?
Thank you for all the amazing input on the Miro board. It will be left open. If you think of something later this week or even next week, just add it. We're out of time. The mic is no longer mine.
We can do after my talk, there is the time for questions. We can also do that too.
Right, yeah, let's move on with Andrew's talk. So next talk will be given by Andres Malusa Jeremillo. So he's a senior research scientist from Southwest Research Institute, and he's also one of the first Jack Eddy Fellows at the very beginning of this fellowship program back to 2011, I think. Yeah, so welcome, Andres, and it's all yours.
Okay, so today, I actually would like to use this. Okay, so this is a program that is funded by NASA, HITS, and it was led by Shubhamoy Chatterjee, who is my postdoc, and involved also Nadia Ahmed. And it is an experiment that we were making to see, in the context of AI as something that we believe should be accessible to all. And so I will show you a little bit about how we design and why we did the things that we did, and also in the voice of our participants, what we actually ended up doing. So here you have like this little, illustration of balls falling through these pegs. Okay, and I want to use this as something that I want you to connect to your own lives. So as we go through life, there are many events that are random, over which we have no control, that can send our life going in one direction or the other. So this is, every single one of these ones is you. So one of these events could be, a car accident, or it could be that you met someone that opened an opportunity for you and you got a job. And life is full of these little events that help us or hinder us, over which we have absolutely no control. Okay? So in the world, there is this illusion that our lives are deterministic and they're driven by our actions, but this is false. And it's an illusion that is created by the fact that we can, looking back, understand causality. So you can say, oh yes, I went outside, it's below freezing and I fell, right? So there was control, that was my agency that drove me into this accident. But we forget that there are other possible realizations of our lives when we actually go out and don't fall. And so that is one of the things that is really important. Now, if you think about these balls, about not different people, but you, just different versions of yourself, it makes you realize that this randomness does introduce the concept of privilege and disadvantage. Even within you, when you compare you against yourself, you know what things, some of events had set you back, like a disease. You could have cancer, something like this, and without that cancer, you will not have had to spend part of your life surviving that cancer. And that creates the concept of privilege of you against your multiverse version of yourself, right? But it also clearly I shows that privilege has a huge random component. There is privilege that you gain completely randomly, and it's not to your fault to have privilege or not. And then the most random possible event over which we have the least control of all is our birth. And so we don't choose our crib. We don't choose our parents. We don't choose our gender, our race, or country of origin. And so I think that this highlights to me the idea of privilege as a random thing that we need to face with all the time. Now, education is one of the main ways we help people overcome disadvantage. And one of the main ways in which we extend our privilege to others to overcome that disadvantage. The problem is that most educational opportunities are gated. And so this helps people that are ahead get farther ahead, right? Because we say, I'm going to choose the best and brightest. And that pits people that could have different trajectories through life against each other in a way that, we are going to pick some in favor of others. And then so we end up, furthering privilege and furthering disadvantage. Now, one of the things that we do is we restrict educational opportunities. We say, this is an opportunity only for women, or this is an opportunity only for people with a certain income, or that live in a certain place of the world, things like this. And this helps with disadvantage in an absolute sense, but we have to remember that privilege is relative. And those things, as we keep them gated, further these kinds of, increasing the privilege and disadvantage. So what we were trying to do is a program that offsets some of the sources of privilege. This is not meant to substitute normal educational opportunities, but create an educational opportunity that tries to offset some of them. So we have socioeconomic status, wealth, place of origin, that will give you limited access to education opportunities, or a significant difference in skill set, limited access to computational resources. Gender, race, ethnicity, religion, and sexual orientation that will expose you to different sources of subconscious and conscious bias, and can make harder access to opportunities. And then age, employment, family responsibility, and veteran status, which will limit your ability to access scientific education that is targeted only to our students, for example, or limited time to learn. And reduce ways in which you have access to new technologies. So you can see all the time we have these conversations where senior scientists are saying, I would love to learn Python, but I don't have time to learn Python. And that is another, one of those sources of that can be seen as a privilege or disadvantage. So we did a program designed that tried to offset some of the things. I think at the core of this, we had collaborative programming as the core. That was one of the things that we believe is a huge equalizer. And this works this way. Everyone is a single screen and multiple people, and you take turns. And so one person is writing the code, another person is facilitating and moderating the experience, and the rest are waiting in line, looking at documentation, getting ready, and so on and so forth. And this is really cool because is equal share development of responsibility, low stakes. I think one of the things that our participants highlighted is that it was super relaxed. You only do 5 minutes, but you force yourself to contribute. Simultaneous development of documentation of code. So it really creates code of very, very high quality. And it finds there is nothing that stops a group like this. And it is a very effective learning environment for equalizing skill sets. We also did it so that it was just a limited commitment, no assignments, everyone together two times per week, 2 hours per week. And that helped us, those of us that had children and responsibilities, it could help potentially. We didn't have a senior scientist, but it could help a senior scientist organize their lives so that they can have access to this opportunity. And in terms of limited access to computational resources, we use free available things like Google Colab. Now, this is the thing where I think this can be potentially revolutionary, is that anyone can join. Anyone. As long as we have the ability to create these spots, we don't need to screen. And that's one of the things that I think is the things. So now I'm just going to play the video of what we actually did technically, so you can see that you can also do cutting edge research in artificial intelligence with these kinds of things. So if you guys can play, this is in the voice of our participants.
Questions for Andres?
So I'm a little bit reminded of one of the things I referenced in my talk called sedition hunters. So these people had social media and news imagery of the January 6th event. So they would find somebody that, maybe at some point did something inappropriate in the Capitol. And they had a Carhartt jacket on and a blue baseball cap. So then they could look back at all of the other imagery that was gathered from other people's photographs and track where that person was at 10 a.m. And then they had another image at 11 a.m. And so in this way, by chopping up all of the images into images with labels based on the person's face or the person's hat, they build basically the story of what all of these seditionists did. So there's a strong similarity with what I see in this example. And then the other comment I had is, I'm aware that Chan Zuckerberg is really interested in doing something similar for microscopy. So there's boatloads of images that are coming through different kinds of microscopes. And I don't know that what you've built here is exclusively, there's probably some aspects of the training that are really attached to the STO image category, but the pipeline and the mob strategy and things like that seems like it could apply in other image-intensive categorization science workflows.
Thank you. Yeah, I definitely.
Questions?
So it's really inspired presentation. I have some question. Like, it looks like you can run the whole model on the framework. But can we build the similar things on our end and play around it? What is your suggestion for that? And also, I just very curiosity questions, and maybe it's not, you don't have to answer that right now. Did you do any, in the machine learning approach, people are aware of the overfitting issue. Have you ever done any investigation on those issues? And can give us some hint, like what we can do as a future researchers on the machine learning? Thanks.
So one of the things that we wanted to do is to really make this very well documented, our frameworks to be very well documented so that people could use them for other things and easy to use. That's why that kind of like interface, we're working right now on making it open. Like that was running in one of our computers, but we want to create like a web interface that people could use to search themselves some of this data in different sizes and with different contexts and connect back to the original data. Now, in terms of the machine learning specific approach, this is a machine learning technique that I had not ever used before. None of us that were leading this effort had. So we also learned, that was the other thing that I wanted to highlight, is that a lot of these people didn't know how to program in Python. They have no machine learning experience. We, the ones that had machine learning experience, had never worked with self-supervision. But all these allowed us to all learn and build this together. Now, the specifics of self-supervision, it depends on what you want to do with it. In our case, because we want to do a search engine, we want to make sure we overfit, because we want to find every match. So it changes the flavor of how you're engaging with the data, and the machine learning algorithm will depend a little bit on what exactly your objectives are. And so this is kind of like an interesting example in which you want to make sure that your capability of interacting with the entire data set is explicit and powerful. And so, yeah.
Questions?
There is.
Oh.
Thank you for that amazing presentation. I'm just curious because based on your analysis of the results you presented, you are using images to generate results and using the cluster analysis to generate the supervised machine learning procedure. But as scientists, we also work with data that may not necessarily give us pixels and pictures, like time series data. Can this method be approached in such data?
Yes. This could be applied to data with very different dimensions and structures. Because the idea of the self-supervised algorithm is you have data coming in with a very specific characteristics, the size and dimensions, et cetera. And what you're doing is you're training these neural networks to create a mathematical space upon which everything is projected. And the attractiveness of that space is that proximity indicates similarity. And so you can use any form of data on the input while you're training, because at the end, your projection space is going to be what you use to find and retrieve matches. And so, yeah, you can imagine applications to this that are not images. It could be text. It could be, it could be time series, or it could be multi-channel. For example, we were doing multi-channel here, more than one channel. You can do, 6, 7, 8 channels, these kinds of things.
So, go ahead.
At the risk of asking too many questions, I have another one. So I find the technological advance interesting, but from an open science perspective, I find the research method more interesting. Could you go into maybe how you envision this expanding in the current funding structure?
So this is one of the things that I want to build on. I have several ideas. I think one of the ways in which I think this could work is because these teams can be super diverse across all axes of diversity. You could build teams that have one machine learning expert, one domain science expert that doesn't know how to write in Python, or these kinds of things, that has like a particular scientific goal, and then the rest of the team can be the students, people that we have someone that just was a lawyer. You can fill the rest of the team with people that just want to learn machine learning, and then then you will span the program, the pod, and do the research. And so funding-wise, I am still working through what will be the best way of doing this, but this could be done, maybe there could be a third party that connects, scientific projects that are funded with a structure such like this through an educational institution or something like that, where that, creates the possibility for the funded project to operate this way, or have a component that operates this way, and thus funding the computational access and the escalation of computational resources if necessary, and things like this. Now, in the context of what we saw about citizen science, a huge part of this is what people get out of, and I think that's the volunteers were really just everyone. The majority of the people wanted to learn. And what we wanted to accomplish is this learning experience because oftentimes you see scientists, yes, I want to create an educational opportunity, but what do I get out of it, right? And sometimes that's what leads to these gated opportunities, is that I need someone really good to do the work that I need to, because that I need it for my project. And that's a legitimate desire. And so I think that maybe some of this could be funded that way. There is like a funded institution that supports the creation of these pods and helps provide advisory or maybe someone that will be part of the pod, and then funded projects that will help with the resources and so on to make these pods a reality.
I just wanted to follow up a bit on that last part where you're talking about the team, and you've got a domain expert and an ML expert and everyone else, and thinking about the diversity of everyone else. Thinking from both what you wanted and what happened in your project, like what are some of the characteristics that you would think about as success metrics for people coming in? So what are some of the characteristics that they would need to bring in? And then thinking about the teams that you had, like, did they get to success, and how did you define success for them?
So this is something that, this is the first time that I engage in a citizen science project like that. And so we are in this moment in the process of, surveying the participants to identify what were their metrics. We know that they stayed with us for a year. And so we know that there was a very strong sense of wanting to be there, but we want to measure as well, what did success look for them, and what
So this is just like a first iteration, but one of the things that has become really clear for us is that these kinds of metrics are very important, and we need to implement them and start building upon them to define what success means for. There were, informally, there was, for example, some of our participants actually really liked the structure itself. Like they expressed that life was chaos and this was order. And so the ability to connect. So this is like some of the things that we see. The majority of our participants were community college students. And so a lot of them wanted to move into a 4-year college, and so this was a way of them of beefing up their portfolio and their CV so that they could apply. And some of them transitioned into 4-year college as we were going. And so these are the kind, and they also want, we provide reference letters for them when they are making these kinds of things. So that's are kind of like the things that we informally discover as they need it, and for them that was value, but we need to formalize this for sure.
So I just have one remark. This is really more for the NASA administrators behind me. NASA runs the NASA Community College Network. So there's a large network of community colleges that are often minority serving institutions. And a lot of the students in those colleges probably have futures that involve data science or data intensive work. So this appears to me to be a platform or an idea that could potentially integrate community college students into state-of-the-art big data NASA research in a way that might generate really important science and create authentic opportunities for those participants at MSIs.
Since you pointed at the back, even though I'm not NASA administrator, I don't know what I am. but the program that funded this is a program I kind of created during this COVID time frame. Most in the heliophysics division, what we have are traditional RNA programs that are between 3 to 5 years long, and they have deadlines for when proposals can come in. So this proposal is very different in flavor. It's called the Program Element Hits, Heliophysics Innovation in Technology and Science. And so basically, and this is open deadline, so you can send a proposal anytime. And if your ideas are worthy, you should not send a proposal that can belong to some other call, basically. It has to be something innovative or something really urgent. Those are the criteria. And then you get up to 200K to kind of demonstrate your concept, right? And once you have demonstrated your concept, the question becomes, some questions are, how do you scale up an idea like this? Just like you're talking about, Jim. I don't know, but these are things, I'm going to think about. They have just finished this work. Some are mission concepts or instrument concepts. So that kind of, you basically redirect people to areas or create something that probably doesn't exist. But first we have to generate the ideas. And this is a great example of that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Andres. I have a question. This is I think very promising model, but I think for NASA support, they need some kind of publication at the end as the output from the proposal effort. So in your model, how the publication? So someone need to write the paper. So what's the?
So this is something that we're doing ourselves. So Nadia Shupamoy and I are now taking this and putting it into the paper format. And so that's basically the way we're handling. There are several things that we need to improve. Our project was a year long, and even though all the participants stayed with us the whole year, we would like to make it shorter. And I think the writing of the publication as we go will probably something that we would like to do in the future. So there is like the process of development happening at the same time as the process of writing, so that at the end of the pod, the publication is ready also. Because yes, these are the kinds of things that we are identifying as now, we have to, this needs to make it into a publication, and all the participants are now moving on with their lives. So those are the kinds of things that we need to explore moving forward to make like this model more successful.
It's a very promising start. Yeah. Thank you, Andres. And thank you, everyone, this morning session. We will have a group photo, right? And after that, we will come back 1:55 for the afternoon session. So thank you, everyone.
You guys have your scarf, if you want to wear it, throw it on, throw it, line it up here. This is a very front. No, this is the
Testing, testing, testing. All right, everybody, let's listen to Dawn. 1 second.
Guys, we're trying to figure out how to get everyone in this. We're thinking of doing a row of chairs. Hi. Okay. Yeah. So if, okay. So I was thinking, yeah. You guys know how to do this. We've all done this 1,000 times. So on each side of the podium or the screen here, tall people can go on the back, shorter people in the front. Do a few layers, and then we'll have some folks sitting in chairs on the front row. Whatever you want to do, I don't care. Yeah. Well, that's why I wanted the people in front of the screen to be sitting. Everyone else is in multiple rows on the side here.
2 rows of standing and a row of chairs.
Okay. This shouldn't be this way. Can we have 3 rows of people on this side? 3 rows of people on this side, at least 3 people wide. Yeah. Yeah. Where are you leading us to?
Oh, yeah, that's the step.
Well, this is the short one.
So, you send information so our colleagues want to. Like, let's have
It's okay.
Here you go. Yeah, keep it right in. So
make sure that you're not agree. Yes, right.
All right, you guys, when we're done with this, we're going outside, all right? If you go, this is the practice round.
I'll do one with my phone.
So
kidding. Right.
Okay. Can we walk out here real quick and just line up against the banister?
Yes.
My right leg will never be the same.
Photos are good.
So I will be another meeting next week, so
I'll be there on Wednesday.
okay, yeah, so because the workshop is the whole week. Yeah. But I'm sure my colleagues will be very interested in come over. Yes. And stuff. We just.
Got it? There you go, start the blower.
Okay.
All right, blow it up. Whole trip.
Okay, now it just needs to replace.
Yes. There you go. Here, come closer over here. Sure.
Okay, I got it.
Yes. Careful. Oh, you're blowing up. Oh, yeah.
You're welcome. How's everyone doing? Good?
Yeah, todo bien.
Todo bien, perfecto.
All that air
I am NASA. So I'm at Boulder, so it's 100% NASA. So maybe we should have a bring in money and take their cut. Deal. But so, I mean, you heard my talk. No, it's like 90% flexible. So actually, I think next year will be 100%.
Are you? Yes.
Still, I work in Mike Way. It's like the lead of I collaborate and work with Mike and whatnot. So I'll still be, they've had some funding wobbles to next year. I'll still be kind of teaching. So mostly activities. For the radiation. I think that my radiation, so what's your 36 net plugins? Sorry, I was browsing through your CSM plan, and it's already hooked in with, so radiation 10. So that would be pretty easy to hook in. Yeah, and then like I spent a lot of time developing radiation. It doesn't have, Socrates is more flexible. But I didn't have I live in town. I haven't. I don't know. Let's go. There's not many restaurants. More like
Those were the days. We told that your story almost very often. You can't do it. I mean, you are like omnipresent in that. Well, I have very, a lot of love for your experience. Do you need help?
Oh, that, yeah. About 29 miles. We can do that. I mean, I'm fine with walking. It's a hike. Yeah. Well, it's not a hike, it's a hike. Yeah. It's a mile away, so it'll take us. It's a 5-year program with Michigan, Colorado. Yeah. And so. Yeah, you guys get lunch? Yeah. If you want to go with, we're going to go to Bonfire Burritos. It's far away, it's like a mile. Okay. It's a nice day. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cool. We're still waiting here. Okay. So I was looking at Bonfire Burritos. Like 9 miles away. I don't know, I meant, I thought you were saying something about it, like, messages or whatever.
Oh, yes, just make sure that NASA sends you the official.
Yes, right, yeah. I believe it's my first time in Boulder. Well, not my first time in Boulder, but
You sent it through where? Where here? Yes, okay. Perfect.
It just came through, did it?
Yeah.
Yeah, the request should be coming through too.
It's got the reviews, so.
There is the Jackie website has like kind of a template, I think, and that's what I did when I was part of the steering committee. I felt like people who were writing the proposal didn't know how they would be.
Yeah, it's been okay.
So I recommended as easy as possible where the criteria that we use to judge the proposals is clearly explicit. Yeah, that's great. Oh, so it's media again, I would like to make the template even more template. I like to see for everyone to fill the template.
Yes. I just got this hot chocolate, so I want to put the skin on it, like not just the stickers, but the same. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Okay, I'll be back really quick.
It's like a deep red skin. Nice skin. Yeah.
Oh, I love it.
It's got cool.
Oh, that's what I was thinking about.
Yeah. Are you okay with the 20-minute walk?
Yeah.
Okay.
I walked like 40 minutes today.
I guess I got 2.
Maybe it's not.
I don't know. I'll take it.
Yeah, true.
Sorry. Yeah, everybody wants a MacBook Air. Like, maybe that's true.
Yeah, it's probably good to have one. Yeah. So where are we going?
Bonfire Burritos.
No, 20-minute walk for burritos.
Yeah, I agree.
True.
Andres is sold in some way.
Put your dinosaur costume on.
Back in like a second.
No, that's fine. Yeah. There's like 5 to 6. Oh, we just did quicker. Yeah.
no, exactly, yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll fit it in, but yeah, we can discuss.
I mean, while the next there are always because they're just slow pass.
Yeah.
We'll give you a drink.
And then they
And after 10 minutes, they give you a wrap.
Right.
And after 10 minutes, they give you a salad.
Okay. I mean, last year it was like, they just have all the food in the middle and everyone ate within like 10 minutes. But I think they have like a speaker as well.
Yeah,
And then I guess people chatting or whatever.
Also, they just put food like.
That's what they did last time. But I don't know if that's.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Some of the banquets are like that, where it's like actual served meal. You have to wait until it's ready. So.
They might do that. I guess because that probably more depends on the hotel. Because last year it was just there was a separate room with just loads of food which went in and late, and then everyone kind of sat around. Well, so yeah, maybe it was.
I think the burrito place is kind of like a traffic hill.
Yeah, I think it's a 155, but realistically, probably just yeah.
Because you can go a lot.
Yeah, I would do quite a lot carrying that.
Okay.
Hello. How are you?
That was just
Yeah, they went to the lobby. Even if you're not coming back.
Russell, can you cheese? You're welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, the tripods? Maybe I should buy some more. Yeah. They just closed that door. There's just been no bid. They're like, this one's on and that one's on. Let's do it. This door closed. Oh, there's the fire. Yeah.
That is fine, okay. I can open the door a little bit. Yeah, it's fine.
Or I could,
It's fine. Oh, man.
I could set it up right
I
here.
want to stay where. Yeah, we can use access.
Yeah, yeah. Because this might be better, because it's the only thing.
Yeah.
So then it'd be a
We can
little
only stay
more
where.
staggered. Or, I mean, I could even just move it, you know, so that he has this to set his stuff on.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good possibility, yeah.
Okay. But I'll
If
work
no,
on
it's
that
okay.
if
I can open the door a little bit in the moment if he's cooking. He's cooking first. Sense of it. It happened once, I remember. Yeah. Kobe was like, and then he started beeping. I just opened the doors and stopped beeping. So, okay.
Oh, man.
Okay.
Okay, well, now this is nice and clean, so I should be able to just use
Yes.
this for cookies. Yeah.
So the coffee is good. Okay.
Yeah, I was gonna do what I can while they're not in here. Yeah. Start in the other rooms.
Yeah. All right, perfect.
Yeah, thank you.
Very happy to do it.
Good for you. Thanks.
Just a little. Imagine that. Yeah. Close enough. Space heaters, blankets, AC ready. Guess they just figured all this talk about sun. Oh, yeah.
I know the audio sounds great. Should we switch to a microphone, to a handheld?
Ooh, I'm gonna start a fire.
Yeah, I still hear it.
I was just testing the
Oh,
I've been putting it onto my computer, deleting this and then go to the next session.
Nice.
Since we're here. What is the title of our conference? I forgot what
UCAR or no?
yeah.
You can delete the whole thing instead of
So interior is back. Interior. Oh, really? Is there a mode? Let's make it a little longer. That's right. That's right. You have
clear on the journey, y'all. Lay down water. That is yeah, the zoom out feature is you start creating an image, and zoom it out, just expand the image, and you can add custom
in space, and then keep expanding in space. And then afterwards, the long Oh, yeah.
It's good stuff right there.
This is where it's at. I think we should move the audio board.
You should just move that behind your audio board. That'd be a lot less work.
没有，我是说这个需要很大 effort，现在搞这个事。
是吧？这个有些时候就是说一些新的东西，大家不做的，所以说他会比较一定的但是以前都有经常做的
对，这个主要是就从这个就是那个他们有一个最新的观测，这个 RUV。在这个 Absolute Aerodynamic，
这是什么时候的？
这个 paper 应该是2021年吧？对，
是那个
那个 Parklore， 对，就是他这个有一天就去 search 这个 HSC 的 archival data。
对，那个Absolute 那个是在 Absolute 之后吗？
是在 Absolute 之后，因为就是 follow 就是 Absolute 的 work 之后，他再看看有没有更好的这个观测，还是用这个 UV 的 line 它这个 UV 用这两个 line 是一个是 low temperature， 就是相当于太阳，
是 X-ray line。
对 X-ray line。这个是到 X-ray 的这个，哎，这个就是也是2指。
然后呢，从它的这个 life curve 上去看，当然你还完全不能 reproduce 你观测80%，但是那个80%的那个观测有可能变成对，所以说有这样 certain。然后这个就可以看它这个difference 的地理区域其实这个似乎就是11158，然后就是大概有一个定性上的变化，所以得大致的解释一下观测的所以呢，运行，然后这是高温的，更多是对对，它的 program 结构不一样，对，然后对这个是，然后这个是产后，和一个按经验的一个片，把它的这种。这个市场是一个体验，就是说，如果你把这个地名这个 CN 的话，如果加入市场，就会把它比较好一些。对。就是太阳的话，只有下面3天。他那个好像不是，这个是和他那个是 square root， 对，就相当于1/1，但是从 simulation 里面看，更像一个线，但是这个主要是你要把这个让上面这个可以加市场加的话，对，就会有一个 scale， 因为同样的 energy 的话，如果可能性市场比较强的话，那地理系统比较弱，所以说你要达到同样的 level， 需要与它的这个CME 更难加，但是达到速度并不一样。之后一直在想把这个速度在好看一下，现在只有2条，不知道它这个 cover 看一个 scale， 对，能不能跟它这里面观测上来讲，这个拉出非常少的然后过来这个这种观测都不大，Let me check this out again. That's just me. Keep in mind, I haven't involved in it. I'm going to get told. But I don't feel it. 这个能看到还是少数，所以说我觉得还可以，但是也不确定，因为有很多情况可以解释这个，有可能这个就是一个 flare 的 decay， 它一直在 decay 的这个 phase， 所以说实际上是因为你不知道自己，对，所以说对有这个还有这个 argument， 对。
但是如果用少全部会能有10个已经然后他们最近是用这个 SEO， 然后去看才色情，有些是也他们就是想让 HR 搞成他们自己的观测，有 style 的观测都来自 HR， 他们跟那个。
So that's I've seen that as well.
With the different OT.
Yeah, but so do you think that how long would it take for the percent? For example, the innovative is achieved 30%. It just support to act as you said.
Keeping it one bar.
Yeah. We put one for the average all the way to our point is that in the upper atmosphere, it has a high CO2, and it produces a lot of warmth, and it eventually produces floods. So basically, if you have failure to CO2, you actually don't have what we as a result of dissociation, you eventually have floods. No different. I think so, but I need to prove. Yes, there is no difference. It's very only expressed
You have no numbers.
Yeah. Well, but that's really, and we take that. So yeah, and also.
Light stuff, yeah. I do it.
Conservation, conversation. Ho, ho, ho! That was you. Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's a federal crime to open it, it's a felony. I actually, my mother-in-law's in town last night, and my wife and I, we do him up at his socialization class at like 4 o'clock. Yeah, we'll definitely stay corresponding about stuff. Sort of in isolation, teaching GitHub and software development downstream schools. Okay, everyone, we're
Going to get started here.
There we are.
So maybe we'll just go ahead and get going. So it's my honor to serve as the MC this afternoon. And I get to first introduce Tom Berger from the University of Colorado, who's going to talk about FDLX Helio.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll use that one to walk around with. It's nice. Okay, I'll try to keep relatively centered here. So yeah, as Jim mentioned, this is an FDLX Helio project that I'm reporting on. This was a summer project at which I was a faculty member, and there were several projects. You'll hear about the other ones as well. This is one on thermospheric drag that we did in order to investigate whether we could use solar images to predict thermospheric density, which is what causes drag on satellites in low Earth orbit, instead of using the traditional simple proxy indices that we'll talk about a little bit. So the team here, and I must state right up front, they did the lion's share of the work, especially Shreth Malik and James Walsh, who are both in the UK. So this was a very geographically diverse project. And Giacomo Accarini was the primary faculty member engaging with Shresh and James. Myself and Gunesh Biden were also involved as faculty members. Myself mostly on the heliophysics consulting side. I did not do any of the coding. Gunesh did some of the AI ML consulting for the team as well. But what I'm going to present to you today is mostly the work of Shresh and James, with Giacomo's base model being used by them. So with that caveat, and that caveat should alert you to the fact that I might not be able to answer all the detailed questions that might come up on the model or the coding. I know the science well, but these guys really did the lion's share of the coding and the modeling. Anyway, so let's jump right in. Why are we interested in this problem? Well, the bottom line is that the low Earth orbit domain, where satellites are orbiting and getting dragged on by the thermosphere, and thus changing their orbits constantly as the thermosphere reacts to space weather, the orbital domain of LEO, the population of satellites in that domain is growing rapidly. And you can see here a plot since the space age. So it starts back at 1957 with one object in LEO, namely Sputnik, and goes pretty much to 2020, close to the present. And you can see that in the other orbital domains, medium Earth orbit and geostationary Earth orbit, there hasn't been that much growth because there's not a whole bunch of satellites up there. But LEO itself is where not only do you have a lot of weather satellites, communication satellites, and things like that, but you have all the rocket bodies and fairings and things that get discarded on the way to going to GEO and LEO. So this population is growing rapidly. And then you can see we have bad actors doing ASAT tests, anti-satellite tests, and blowing up satellites and creating large amounts of debris, to the point where we also now have two satellites in space, which most people think of as infinite and large, colliding and fragmenting into thousands of fragments. That was the Iridium Cosmos collision in 2009. Were it not for those collisions, we'd have less, but this is the situation today. This plot goes all the way to the present, and you can see we have a new phenomenon occurring, namely mega constellations of internet provision satellites are coming online in LEO. The reason they want to be in LEO is because you can have a much lower transmitter power and receiver power. So everybody wants to fly down low in LEO for these new communication satellites, unlike the old days where you'd go out to GEO so you could sit over a particular area. Now you're in LEO with huge numbers of satellites, and the Starlink constellation itself,
which is now up to something like 5,000 satellites, has already surpassed the addition of the two collision, the anti-satellite test and the collisions. So we've got a rapidly, exponentially, obviously, growing population of satellites in LEO. And as I mentioned, these satellites don't, again, this is not something that is obvious to everyone. Space you think of as a vacuum, Newtonian orbital dynamics you think of as constant. In LEO, you are actually flying through the upper Earth's atmosphere. So there's an additional force on the satellites called drag, just like an airplane flying through the air. These satellites drag through the thermosphere and they move around. So they're actually flying through the atmosphere in LEO, and they're not staying in a single orbit. So you can't just think you know where they are after you've tracked them once. You have to continually track them. And the big problem there is modeling that density change and modeling the subsequent drag on the satellites themselves. So here it is. This is a very simple, the only equation I think in the talk. The acceleration due to drag is due to the density in the thermosphere. I think it's supposed to advance. Yes, there we go. The satellite drag coefficient, which depends on the shape of the satellite, the materials of the satellite, how it interacts with the molecules in the thermosphere, the surface area of the satellite as it goes through the atmosphere in this case, and the relative velocity of the satellite to the atmosphere. So this is the same exact equation that airplanes have to deal with, but it does occur up at as high as 600 kilometers here for satellites in LEO. So the main source of uncertainty in this particular equation is the thermospheric density. The atmospheric density is constantly changing in response to solar inputs and geomagnetic inputs. And so everything else is relatively constant, although a lot of satellites do move around and change their area a lot. But that is actually usually not as much of an uncertainty issue as the atmospheric density changes, particularly during geomagnetic storming. So what we need to do is model that density change so you can put that into this equation if you're a satellite operator and know what the acceleration forces are on your satellite, right? The problem is it's a very complex system. So the thermospheric density is influenced primarily by the big drivers there in orange and black, very Halloween appropriate color scheme. And you can see the background density, what sets the thermospheric density and temperature over the long term, talking months, years, basically solar cycle timeframes, is the extreme ultraviolet irradiance from the sun. As we've heard in some of the talks earlier, the sun puts out not only visible light, but extreme ultraviolet and even X-ray light, which actually is absorbed in the thermosphere, heats it up, and creates the basal level of heating and density. On top of that, you've got solar winds and CME transients, as we call them, coming in to the magnetosphere and creating geomagnetic storming, which then deposits energy in the polar regions there, creating electric fields and joule heating and further heating of the thermosphere. That's the really dynamic part that's very difficult to predict, right? And then you've got things like upward propagating waves and tides from the lower atmosphere that complicate things even more. So it's a very complex problem. It's driven from above, it's influenced from below, and the models have to be extremely complicated. So complicated, in fact, that people just gave up and as you'll see, have very simple empirical models for the most part in this operational world. One of the things that is difficult is it's difficult to get these measurements of solar EUV irradiance into the models. So what do? They say, let's just take one number as a proxy for the solar variability. And that one number is called F10.7. It's a 10.7 centimeter radio measurement. Turns out that the radio output of the sun at 10.7 centimeters roughly follows the extreme ultraviolet output of the sun. So instead of having to measure this very difficult spectrum, which you can only do from space because all that stuff is absorbed by the time it gets to the ground, you say, oh, let's just use this one radio measurement as a proxy for the EUV variability of the sun, and we're done, right? That's what's been going on for decades now. But they're only given once a day, typically. In fact, we're now to the point where there's only one observatory on the Earth making this 10.7 centimeter radio measurement. It's in Penticton, Canada. And they do it 3 times a day, but they only put out once per day, they put out an average number that most of the modelers use. So we're to the point where the sun, this extremely dynamic, extreme ultraviolet engine, if you will, is being represented by one number once per day, right? So that's obviously pretty suboptimal when you're trying to do a very complex thing. The other thing is, as we've heard, the sun actually flares, right? It has magnetic explosions, which cause these great outbursts of extreme ultraviolet light and X-rays, and these CMEs that then go on to cause the geomagnetic storming. That's not captured in one number once per day. You can see here on the right a plot of the thermospheric density change up to 14 to 15% from a single flare within 2 hours. So the F10.7 number completely misses that kind of dynamic input into the thermosphere. So what can we do to address this? Yes, that's what I just said. It performs very poorly in periods of high solar activity when you actually have the biggest changes on your satellite and you want to know where it's moving the most, right? Well, we can change that by looking at the sun itself. NASA, as we know, provides data that continuously captures the high cadence solar activity, particularly in the extreme ultraviolet from the Solar Dynamics Observatory. So since 2010, we've been taking images like you see on the right there, extreme ultraviolet irradiance of the sun at 171 angstroms, every 12 seconds. So we have, as everybody here knows, 20 petabytes of data, which tell you what the sun is doing in terms of its extreme ultraviolet output. Now, this is not the same as a total irradiance precise measurement that people like Greg Kopp do and really care about the, when you get down to the 10 to the minus 3, 10 to the minus 4 type levels. But it's an image, and it shows you what the sun is doing. Can we use that image instead of that one radio proxy, perhaps, to drive these models? That was the big question that we asked in this FDL project. The FDL project is actually based on the Karman model you see there. It's a machine learning model that was developed in the full FDL program in 2021 by some of the same people. Primarily Giacomo was one of the main faculty members for that project. So in 2021, they made a machine learning model of thermospheric density which used the radio proxy as one of its inputs. So it was a fairly simple scalar input to a fully connected neural network system, but it worked just as well as the empirical models do. So that was a hint that machine learning can do just as well as these empirical models of the thermosphere. But now the question is, can we do better with inputs into that model and improve the model further? And that's what we did this summer. So the first thing you have to do when you work with SDO data is say, okay, how are we going to deal with 20 petabytes of images? And our solution, as we heard the other day, was to use the SDO-ML version 2 image data set produced by another group this summer. You heard from Daniel about that, where we had reduced resolution images and reduced cadence images. So we only had every 6 minutes instead of every 12 seconds, but that's sufficient when you're dealing with the thermosphere whose time scale is 15 minutes to 30 minutes, right? So first you have to get something like SDO-ML version 2, and you have to do something with those images, because still those are very large things to just shove into a neural network. There's a lot of extraneous pixels, a lot of extraneous activities. So what we did is we created a variational autoencoder system shown here. And what you're doing there is you're training, I believe this is the laser? No, that's the other way. What you're training there is the encoder and decoder so that by the time you go through that full system shown on the bottom and the encoder showed on the top, you essentially replicate the image perfectly. Well, what does that give you? What that gives you then is an encoder which puts the image into a very, very small latent space, as we call it, and you can use the latent space images instead of the full images in your model. Okay, so the key result here is we took the latent space images of the SDOL data, and we replicated, first of all, we did a regression onto F10.7, but you can see here, instead of doing a daily cadence, we have now a 6-minute cadence replication of F10.7. So this is not quite getting away from the radio data entirely yet for input into the model, but it gives you the solar irradiance measurement on a cadence sufficient to catch flaring and other dynamics. So that was the first major success of this program, was to say, let's take EUV images and turn them into a high cadence F10.7 product. And you can see here that was very successful. The blue curve is the choppy once per day F10.7. The red is the high cadence product from just looking at EUV images. So right away, we've got a better product to use in the empirical models if you want to stick with those models. The second thing we did was take that and say, well, we've got this model called Karman that was developed in FDL 2021. Let's see if we can add in our latent space data as an additional input into Karman and improve the prediction of Karman for the thermospheric density during all conditions. And so what we did there is as you see, we take the latent data set generation, the encoding from the VAE goes into a latent data set, which is then fused with the empirical model features in the original Kármán model to produce a final density prediction. And this is a global density prediction. It's a model of the density at several different altitudes across the globe. So it is useful for satellite operators in theory. Okay, and here are the key results. This is a busy slide, but I'll walk you through it slowly. On the left, we see bar chart comparisons for different altitudes. The x-axis is altitude in the thermosphere. The y-axis is the percentage error of these models relative to ground truth densities we had measurements of. And you can see that right away, it's noticeable that the purple bar is the current model used in operations. That's an empirical model of the thermosphere taking in once daily F10.7 and also a geomagnetic index and spitting out the density. You can see there at 25% error. All of the FDL ML models are down there in the blue, orange, green, and red boxes. And in particular, you can see that the best error measure, and lower is better here, was obtained by using the SDO plus the proxies plus JB08 residual inputs into the Kármán model. And the JB08 residual inputs were done in a training run where we trained against the JB08 model and got out the residuals errors from that. And it goes across for all altitudes. You can see at the higher altitudes, 500 to 550, the errors are rising. It's a little bit more dynamic up there. But still, in every case, the FDL model is better than the straight physics-based empirical model. And in fact, in almost every case, using the SDO data improved the density estimate there. Now on the right, you can see for different levels of activity as gauged here by the F10.7 proxy index. So the higher the F10.7, the more active the sun is, the more EUV it's putting out. You can see that in this case, we do much, much better, especially at high activity. When you get into F10.7 numbers of 280 plus, the SDO data set, SDO feeding into the ML model does better than anything there. And again, much, much better than the empirical models. So that's, I think, all I have for this. This is just a final slide showing you all 4 projects that occurred during the FDL summer program here. And again, we heard from Daniel on Tuesday. We'll hear from James later, and also Vishal. Well, Vishal, we already got Vishal's multi-scaled sheath and dagger talk as well. I guess Manuel's going to talk on today as well. So there you have it. That's an overview of what we did in FDLX over the summer, and happy to take questions when we have a question and answer period. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for a beautiful talk. Any questions or comments?
Hey, I'm not surprised that the model does better during heightened solar activity compared to empirical, because they're not, that data set's small. But given that the product works better, what's the expected transition to operations?
That's a good question. We don't have a formal plan for transitioning this to operations. We're more in, I think, the evangelizing the existence of this model and showing at formats like this, formats like AGU and other meetings, that yes, we can do better than the empirical model with these machine learning models. So this is an evolution of that machine learning model. So we just continue to improve it. We continue to show that it works just as well as the physics-based empirical model. How you get that into operations is going to be, for NOAA and other operational agencies to pick up on.
I think the next step would be to open this up for the community, for them to validate it.
Well, it is open source. It's all open source GitHub code. You can go and get Kármán on GitHub. You can get this latest version. SDOL ML2, as we saw, is completely open. Validation and verification of a density model for transition to operations is a very complicated process. It'd be great if community members just did that. Whether or not the operational agencies would recognize a community effort as good enough for them, I don't know. That's a question they have to answer.
Can I just respond to this?
Go ahead.
Effort. Yes, indeed, it's very good questions. And, you're seeing a lot of this sort of 8-week effort of FDL that we are putting out. That's absolutely amazing. So if you think of the resources that is required to do this 8 weeks effort versus actually doing validation and verification, that's a different ballgame. And so this is something that at least people like me who've been supporting FDL, thinking very deliberately to figure out not only how to make the data available, even that's impossible. We say we have cloud compute and all that, but to get this behemoth of data available. And remember, these people are using typically 256 by 256K data. SDA is much higher resolution and that, and what else is hiding there, we don't know. So it's not only a very complicated process, and transition to operations is entirely a different thing because the operational agencies have to be part of this. But from the science point of view, we can start benchmarking, which we have done in some cases. But making this data also really completely accessible to communities. Another thing, is the data good enough? Have you verified and validated enough beyond 8 weeks so that we can put it out to community? Because the way it goes is if community finds flaws with it, they're going to kind of really discredit the whole effort. So we have to be careful when we put this out. So there's a lot of thinking going on. We haven't arrived there yet, but we are showcasing all these fabulous results that are coming out from here. But thank you for
Thank
the
you.
question. It's very important.
Prototypes are provocative. Go right ahead.
Thank you for so wonderful talk. It looks like this framework, the methodology you have in the project, can be applied to a lot of empirical models in the ionosphere and thermosphere. So one of example in my mind is the MCIS model. It's empirical models, and I have to admit, I think there's a lot of profile in the MCIS not very accurate, and I don't know if this kind of approach can be applied to improve the performance of the empirical model we are largely used in our community.
Yeah, thank you for that. You may have noticed that little picture of the globe I showed in that one diagram. That's it. That is MCIS. And so we were looking at MCIS as well as the JB08 model. The JB08 model we use more as the baseline comparison because that's the one used in operations now. Although in operations, they have a data assimilative loop, which actually makes it more accurate than any other model out there, physics-based, numerical, simulation-based, or anything. MCIS is known to be fairly inaccurate. Whether or not it's better than JB08 is a contentious issue. But yes, and the idea is not to help those models. The idea is to replace those models. We are doing better. They're much, much cheaper and easier to run than any of the empirical models, and certainly the full physics models. So I think machine learning is showing that you can just do away with these empirical models entirely.
Let me know if the MCIS done. I will put that in my models immediately.
So Greg and then Vladimir.
Neat idea. And you had some physics guidance for the wavelengths, the images that you picked to go after to improve the model and feed into the machine learning. And the outcome is what you want. You've got an improvement on the existing model. Do you now go full circle back to the physics and figure out what is it exactly about these images or these wavelengths and the sun to try to improve the solar physics feeding into all of this?
I don't think we're going to be doing that, but there are groups doing that. For instance, the Living with a Star FST program is looking at what you need to replace things like F10.7 exactly in terms of irradiances. And to your earlier point, though, we didn't really go through that process at the beginning. We just threw all of the AIA images in there as well. And by the way, we also at one point put in HMI magnetograms, and they did nothing to improve the performance. So magnetic field is not something that is necessary to predict EUV performance, either in flaring or in irradiance. It's the photosphere. It's interesting physically, and maybe it probably, if we really dug in, it probably had a little bit of a delta. But really, the huge impact was from using the AIA images as they were given We didn't down select any wavelengths. We did find that I think the 1700 and 1600 weren't that powerful, but we just threw them all in. So that's the beauty of machine learning, right? It'll tell you what it needs and what it doesn't, essentially.
Well, I inadvertently credited you with, but either way, it would be neat to close that loop.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you for your question. Vladimir.
Yeah, ML models, can do a pretty good job, only if the XEV emission is the only part of the story. But there is another part of the story. Normally, when the flares are large, like X-type flares, they come with the strong CMEs, and CMEs, accelerate particles, and we have precipitation of electrons and protons, and those particles produce completely different ion chemistry that is unaccounted for in any of those models. So, and that can create, for instance, one example is that production of, NO by a factor of over 10 in the ionosphere all the way to thermosphere creates the strong radiation cooling, right?
Yeah.
And but we don't know how many produce. I mean, it's through the neutral reactions or through the NO plus or NO plus, and that complicates the issue even further for the certification and the drug.
Oh, absolutely. And those aren't in the empirical models either. That's not taken into account in JBO8, IMSIS, or DTM, anything. So the empirical models are completely missing that as well. This is really just showing you can replace the empirical models as is entirely. Now, capturing that more advanced response to geomagnetic storming or particle precipitation, that takes a full physics model. And that's a WAC-MX, that's a WAM-IPE, that's a MAGE, things like that. And there you run into the problem of compute, right? Where these things take thousands of hours to millions of hours to develop, many, many hours to run on the largest supercomputers available. I think they will be eventually replaced by machine learning as well, with neural operator surrogates and things like that. Maybe not replaced, but I think you will see neural operator surrogates at least of these full physics models once they're up and running and we have enough data to replicate them, as they're doing with terrestrial weather right now. I mean, you've seen some pretty amazing things from Google DeepMind in terms of weather forecasting. I think we're headed that way in space weather as well.
Yeah, unfortunately for the big events, especially, we don't have enough data of particularly large X-type flares to put into the ML models, right? So we need to develop physics-based models and do some experiments.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One last question from Gavin before we turn to our next speaker.
Basing this off the SDO images and then moving that into operations implies that the SDO images will last forever.
Yeah.
Right. Good. So whereas you can probably rely on Penticton measuring F10.7 for the foreseeable future, but I don't know what the lifetime expectancy is of SDO.
Well, actually, Penticton is actually in great peril. Hopefully the Canadians will not shut it down and keep funding it. And so that's a single point failure. To your question about SDO, yeah, nobody knows how long it's going to last. Luckily, NOAA has replicated it in terms of the SUVI instrument on the GOES weather satellites. So that's a program that should go forward indefinitely because it's a program of record at NOAA now. It doesn't have all the wavelengths, it doesn't have the cadence or the resolution, but as we showed, we're dropping the cadence to 6 minutes and the resolution here to 512 by 512, and we're doing fine. So I think SUVI is our look ahead for that sort of data. So.
Let's thank Tom for a nice talk and a good discussion. There's a change in program. Yeah, I guess not all people told you, but I think you're speaking at another time. I just learned seconds ago. So, but we are going to hear you give your colleagues talk soon. Okay, sorry about that. So we're going to hear from Rebecca Ringette once again today. Thank you for stepping up and giving another talk this morning. So please join me in welcoming Rebecca again.
This is the talk that I planned on giving. Here we go. I'll keep it short. All right, so earlier I talked about open science with software, and I mentioned an experiment called the Magneto's Open Validation Experiment to figure out what kind of flexibility we can piece together with technology to see what it takes for research to be born open and to be made open in the process. But the thing that I'm presenting on today is the spectrum of flexibility that we need to accommodate people's varying levels of comfortability with open versus private. And that's an important thing that we need to experiment with and see what is necessary to support. Okay. All right, so I'm going to skip this slide because I already talked about that today, but basically the word cloud of open science, agree from definitions made all over the world, in case you missed it earlier, basically agrees that open science is about making scientific knowledge and collaborations open. Okay, moving forward with that vague definition of open science, you also saw this slide earlier, so this is why I was able to put those earlier slides together so quickly. So the spectrum of science for publications, I spoke about it earlier with software, so now pulling in all the pieces together, not only the software, but also the data and the progress of thought that happens on the way to getting something significant enough to publish. Okay. And it can be fully closed versus you have to believe the publication based on its own merit versus completely executable. And the purpose of the MOVE project is to take where the typical publication is, in this case in the realm of model data comparisons, and see what we can do to push that up on the spectrum of open science. What does it take for a given, in this case, model data versus data validation effort? What does it take for that to be pushed to be more open? Okay, so what we have now in the majority of these model data comparisons is almost a complete and uniform lack of citations to the data sets used. So with the exception of observational data, okay, that's easy enough to pull out, although other work would say it's in process, but it can be done with ML technology to pull out an implied reference to an observational data set because they mention the mission, they mention the instrument name. But you can't do that with model data because there are versions of the given model that's mentioned in the text at the model developers institution. And if it's at CCMC, that's a different version that has different capabilities. If another institution installed it on their platform, there are different versions of the same model. And then there are different ways to run the specific version of that model. So you can't use ML technology to pull that out. You have to have a specific reference, at least a link and a name of the data set and where it's stored. Okay. So we have to have some sort of structure built up to make these data sets at least citable and preferably included to some extent. So what is difficult in this process? What is easy? And what is critical to make our publications validatable or believable in peer review beyond just the content on the paper? Okay, enter MOVE. So Magneto's Open Validation Experiment. Here's a new acronym, MOVE. So the joke I like to tell now that we've updated the acronym is that we're trying to move you towards open science. Okay. So we're currently exploring how to link together different technologies such as cloud platforms and Helionauts, which is similar to Slack, but better, as I'll point out later, and then Open Science Framework, and then Git and Jupyter Hub and these kinds of things. What does it take to make this kind of openness possible with large data sets? So we have the SDO data set that's 20 petabytes. That's a challenge in itself on the observational side. But then on the modeling side, they routinely chug out data sets that are several terabytes, if not more. How do you make that kind of research done on the cloud and shareable and beyond the lifetime of the process to get to that publication? So real challenge we're trying to face. We're building on previous efforts to develop guidelines. So these previous efforts are done in other fields such as social science and psychology, and even in some cases in earth science. We're building on those efforts. And we're exploring what can be done to accommodate those different levels of comfortableness with varying levels of privacy. Okay, project is open for anyone to join if you're interested. We're planning on doing some beta testing next summer. We have to figure out just a few more things and hoping to go live either then or soon after. So let me talk for a moment about the technologies and how we're piecing it together, and then the work that I'm going to report on today. Not too long though, I'm halfway through my time. Okay, so the Move project page is based on the Open Science Framework, and it's a public page. I just had the link to it in the previous slide. But that kind of openness with even a description of the project, some people aren't comfortable with that. And there are ways on the Open Science Framework to have project pages that are completely private, such as these things, or completely public. So that's just a binary yes, no. But the things that you can link to it, such as a GitHub, you can link a private GitHub to a public page. You can link a private GitHub to a private page. So all of these kinds of different flips you can do to accompany your level of privacy. There's also Helionauts. So Helionauts, I'll talk more about later, but there's flips you can do in there that's similar to Slack, but more accessible in some ways. And the improvement needed on Helionauts is for it to be not have to have a login to see content, kind of like Stack Exchange. But given that it's coming from NASA Heritage, I think it's great that you can at least log in with GitHub now. That's an improvement. There's also HelioCloud, which is something being done in parallel with 2I2C. Hopefully we can piece the pieces together soon. But that's our approach to supporting analysis next to large data. It's currently hosted at NASA Goddard, so there's pieces associated with that. And we're using just the development in Jupyter Hub to do that collaboration on code and on script development for publications through Git. It's literally a drag, drop, choose the button, and you merge. You probably know all about this. Okay. So the capabilities we're working on putting together is for participants and anyone that visits the website on the Open Science Framework to be able to browse the data sets hosted on these S3 buckets associated with HelioCloud from the website. We want to be able to store and analyze large data sets with the online computing. Excellent addition to the talk, thank you. We want the users to be able to push and pull their software from GitHub in a collaborative way. Even if they can't log on to the same instance on the cloud, that's a worldwide effort to figure that out. They can at least collaborate through GitHub. It can be private or public, as I said. And then have public and private conversations on Helionauts so that they can ask questions to the general Move group and discuss privately what they're doing with their team, but still have some sort of description of their project on the Move website so that people know who to contact, who's at least doing what kind of research. So that's the structure I'm thinking of. So where does privacy fit in? So how do you openly share progress about something that you want to keep the details private? That's the questions we're working on. How do you publicly share some data sets but keep others restricted? So this is patterning after the software.nasa.gov, if I'm saying that website right, too many things, where they at least have the landing page describing restricted software, but restricted access to it. How do we build on that? And then this linking through Git enables people to privately collaborate on software that they're using on HelioCloud. They can use the same software environment, pull that Jupyter notebook or script from GitHub, and be doing the same things. And then there's, of course, the video calls you can do and say, why is this broken? Okay, I already said that. And then I already said the private versus public discussions. Okay, so the testing that we've done is here. Yay, it checks in the boxes. So here we go. So the different things across the top are the different permissions for public projects on OSF versus private projects. And the permissions generally line up as you might expect. So for example, if you're part of a public project, you can generally see anything you want to see. If you have right permissions, you can edit files through that site and so on and so forth, the things you would expect. Even for private projects, it's a similar thing. But some of the surprising things was the link between OSF and GitHub. So if you link, say, a private GitHub repository to a public OSF page, everyone can see the contents of your GitHub repository, but they can't edit it. They can't even go to that website. So there's some things you can flip around with that. We found that surprising. Similarly for Google Drive, right? So if you link files from Google Drive onto this thing, even if it's from a folder you haven't shared with anyone, if it's linked to a public page or linked to a private OSF page that's only shared with your collective people on the team, it's visible to people from that page, but they can't change it. Wrong button, sorry. Okay, so I said a couple of the interesting things. Moving forward, what we're probably going to be doing is making sure that the administrators of the MOVE project know about the other pieces going on. So there's that linking to the MOVE GitHub, not MOVE GitHub, to the MOVE OSF page. So trying to keep that connectedness between the group. And there's further testing that we need to do as we move more into connecting HelioCloud to these efforts. This is a slide, I'm out of time, but this is a slide that basically Barbara made the content on the black part of the slide, arguing why Helionauts is better. Basically, she and a lot of other people find Slack to be overwhelming with the whole idea of fear of missing out because the comment just keeps scrolling by. Whereas Helionauts, you can categorize your conversations with topic labels and even have those conversations that can be private to your specific research team, but other conversations that can be public to everyone else. Okay. This is why I don't have too many things in my hands. I keep getting the buttons wrong. So summary, we need to have education in the community on how to do research in a more open way. So the NASA TOPS effort is a big plus here, but we're aiming to be complementary and adding what we learned from this MOVE project to those educational efforts. What was the other thing I wanted to say? When we reach the end of the MOVE experiment, or at least a good marker, maybe after a year, we're planning on doing some workshops to help that education process, but also how to do this, what is easy, what is hard analysis in the community to figure out what we need to do as a new standard. Okay, that's my time.
And I just want to check in with our organizers back there. Do I take questions now or have another talk?
They're not paying attention.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Does anyone have a question for Rebecca? Sure.
Thank you so much for a great talk. I just want to bring up one issue. As far as I know, is most like either in the Illinois when my graduate school is, or like the Berkeley where my postdoc is. We usually will not utilize GitHub as a part of our research because GitHub has such a limitation on the storage. So if we want to share our files, or like this is the input file you need to run the code, we need a larger space. So what I usually do is we upload it to our GitLab repository in our university. Like usually our university or like SSO Lab or like Illinois, they have their own GitLab repository and allow you to upload a much larger data, or like it can work pretty well with the university collaborator. And you can always turn on the privacy, can be private repo or like public repo. So I don't know if this kind of framework can connect with the university GitLab repository.
I would imagine it would be fine because at the heart of it, it's still a GitHub. GitLab.
Yeah, so it's not even GitHub.
Okay, then I misheard you.
Yeah.
That's something worth testing. So if you want to help us with figuring that out, that would be great, because I don't have a GitLab.
Just a comment. So I think that beyond the implementation, what you're doing here is also interesting in that you're looking at privacy and a collection of a bunch of different tools, like comments about user and privacy aspects of Helionauts versus Slack, and now this comment about GitHub versus GitLab, and using open science framework to try to promote the higher visibility and more accessibility of the projects without necessarily giving everything away. This is kind of that social, orchestration of a bunch of aligned tools in order to facilitate community collaboration within certain privacy constraints. So I feel like that's really the exciting part of the contribution here, but then it probably won't work in certain scenarios, so we're learning. Are there other questions or comments?
I can be done.
All right, if not, let's thank Rebecca once again. So our next speaker is Daniel Gass, who's going to be speaking on behalf of Manuel Indaco, who couldn't be here with us. So thank you for filling in. I look forward to learning about this work.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to see you all again. I'm glad to be giving another presentation. Yeah, unfortunately, Manuel could not be here today, so I'm going to be doing my best to give this talk on his behalf, and also going to do my best to answer any questions that anyone might have. As always, FDL is a collaborative effort, and this team was no different. I was on the team, but also on the team was Andres, whose contribution was very much appreciated, and Richard and Will Fawcett. So this talk is going to be going over a little bit about, what the SDOML data set actually is. We've been hearing a little bit about it before, how it was made, some of the motivations behind it, and how it works from a sort of cloud-based perspective. So, of course, FDL is a collaboration between NASA, NVIDIA, Google, and Trillium. We get together a diverse group of multiple disciplines, people with lots of different inputs and ideas to have, and the output of that is all of these nice research projects that you see here. I'm representing Team ARD, Analysis Ready Data. It was sort of our job to extend the reach of SDO-MLv2. So if you were here yesterday, you saw these slides are probably exactly the same as the ones you saw then. But in case you weren't, and maybe anyone want a bit of a refresher on where this data is coming from, the Solar Dynamics Observatory, the SDO, is comprised of 3 instruments. You've got the Atmospheric Imaging Assembly, the AIA. You've got the Helioseismic Magnetic Imager, HMI, and the Extreme Ultraviolet Variability Experiment, EVE. And so it's a combination of images and irradiance, sort of multi-domain in terms of sort of temperature and what it's measuring. So part of the effort was to try and synchronize all these together. If you approach the SDO as a naive researcher who's not used to dealing with it for many years now, it can be quite intimidating, not only because of the size of the images, there's also issues with image quality sometimes. The steps that you need to take to produce sort of science-ready images can be computationally demanding, especially if you want to tackle machine learning projects. So what we ask the question is, can we make SDO data more accessible for everyone? We approach this from a machine learning perspective. If you wanted to use SDO data to perform machine learning tasks using sort of AIA images and HMI, sort of magnetic field information. So why is SDO difficult to get? I'm sure anyone who's had to work on this knows fully why it's so difficult, but I'll recap for some people who may not know. JSOC can be quite limited in terms of egress. It can be quite slow to get data out. If anyone is on the JSOC mailing list and got 2 emails over summer asking who these users were that were getting 900 megabytes a second out of JSOC and whether they are dangerous and should be stopped, that was us. As part of our procedure, we apologized very quickly, and we made sure not to break anything, so crisis averted. But it can be quite difficult to get data out from JSOC if you need large quantities of it. There's many different data types to choose from. You've got images, you've got different magnetic, like HMI data products. It can be quite difficult sometimes to know which one you need. And there are many different types of data calibration, like level 1.5, level 1.6. They can be non-trivial to do locally, and sometimes you're not sure which one is best appropriate for you, and you may have difficulty accessing the compute resources, especially for a machine learning project, to pre-process all of your training data. So what we wanted to do, part of the SDO machine learning data set, it was initially devised and created sort of in FDL 2018. We've been working on it slowly throughout the years. This was an 8-week project, and it's sort of done in sprints over time. People do work on it a little bit in the background, but most of the work gets done in that sort of short, intense sprint format. So some of the key features of SDOML is that it contains AIA and HMI. We've done basic calibration up to level 1.5 using SunPy on Python. And we have done all the things like registering the images and making sure that the disk size is consistent. As mentioned earlier, we have downsized it to 512 by 512. That is more convenient for a lot of machine learning applications because that's the sort of native input resolution for a lot of images. And the result of that effort is a curated machine learning ready dataset that is going to hopefully very soon be accessible and widely available to the majority of people who might want it. So I'm going to move on here. The SDO Scientific Computing Platform. So I've talked a little bit about what SDO-ML is and why we'd want it. This is a little bit about how it was done. This is a very complicated looking architecture diagram. This is one of the things that would be really good to have manual here because I was the domain expert for this team. But how it works basically is that there's a whole bunch of we used Google cloud platform to host a lot of these sort of cloud machines. And the big feature of this is that it's scalable and that it can sort of scale up and down to meet user demand. That's one of the advantages of being cloud-based and that you don't have to sort of run those CPUs yourself. So you take in your raw data from JSOC as a FITS file. It gets processed on the cloud into the SDO-ML v2 format. That's a ZAR file, which makes it much more convenient for cloud storage and retrieval. But basically, to simplify that, we get our data sources, FITS, from JSOC. We ingest them, we process them and calibrate them up to level 1.5. We downscale them to, we downsample them to a 6-minute cadence at level 1.5 at 512 by 512 resolution, and we put it on our sort of golden bucket that we've called it. So this is sort of what you see if you were to look at the sort of the Google terminals, if you're watching this run. I'm not sure if this is the one, but one very similar to it we called the $5,000 screenshot because we wanted an example of all of the machines scaling up and working. And to get that running, it cost a not a small amount of money. We were very careful, though. We didn't leave it running. Yes. So 6,000 concurrent machines, a huge advantage over some other sort of local CPU solutions. This is essentially what you would do to interface with this product. If you were an end user and you wanted to access some of the data products, you would approach it. You'd have this interface API. You could retrieve data directly from the buckets, and the scalable compute orchestrator would retrieve the various data products that you want. So I talked yesterday about the virtual Eve. If you were interested in, say, inferences from that, if you wanted some synthetic Eve data, you would put in your query, it would go to the scalable compute orchestrator. It would then sort of retrieve, it would run the inference, it would retrieve it, and then it would sort of package that back to you. An example of that at work is the website that I demonstrated yesterday. If I should have put a little demo of me using it as a video, but I'll leave that as an exercise to the reader. So you can see from the side there, might be a little bit small, but essentially the key on the side there are all the different wavelengths of AIA, and we're looking at the median there. There's a whole bunch of statistical products that you can view there, and it sort of comes up as a very nice format to be viewed. Once again, I'm going to plug the website, sdomldemo.org. It's still up and running from what I can tell, but if there is a problem, please let me know or let Richard Galvez know. We can sort of fix that. And if you have any particular sort of requirements or sort of things that you want to see on that website, please do also let us know. So as an outcome, we have the SDO computational platform. It's cloud-based, large-scale, has some advantages over traditional sort of, computer in a box on the floor connected to the server rack solutions. We have SDO-ML v2, which is the data products that you've been hearing about sort of all week from the FDL team. We have our virtual Eve, which has come about as a result of the SDO-ML v2 dataset. And what we think we've achieved is that we've built a cloud-based data analysis platform that we think can sort of enhance the accessibility of SDO science products for more people. We've tried to standardize the access of that as much as possible. We've tried to sort of keep all of that documentation about how our ZAR formats work, how it's stored, how that operates, easy to understand to as many people as possible. We don't want to keep that sort of proprietary and secret. And we're hoping that this, I've admitted that there's a few caveats with this project, that this is still early stages, and that we'll figure out better and better ways to sort of service this data to the community and sort of refine the product and validate it even more than we already have done. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments?
Yeah, at least one. This is a fantastic job, and as mentioned, we benefited from this effort, and I think a lot of people will benefit from this effort going forward, namely having AI-ready SDO data online in the cloud. It's pointing the way towards what we need to do, and my comment is, and I have a comment and a question. The comment is that a project I'm working on now is using both SDO data and stereo data. And so from a scientific end user standpoint, I want it all the way you guys did it. I don't want to have to go now to get stereo data from a separate database and try to put that onto the same coordinate system and the same resolution. So I'm thinking of this should be expanded into a pan NASA and all solar data really into this kind of a system, so that researchers don't have to go. We're all looking at the sun, and so any full disk image of the sun should be in this sort of cloud-based system, accessible system already. We shouldn't have to, look at your system and say, God, I wish everything else was like this too. That's just my comment. The question is, did you guys, I think I remember you having plans for putting in the ability to query out specific cutouts from the images before processing and pulling them out. That would still be very useful, particularly the HMI active region patch system, because we use those a lot in flare prediction modeling. So
so the main idea behind this is that it is designed to hold more than just the data products that we've put in. It's designed to be modular in that way that it can be expanded upon. Adding those patches would just be a matter of getting more money, more time to sort of sit down and add that to our pipeline. But in theory, that's something that can be done. It's also an advantage of the cloud sort of system. You can just sort of plug another thing into it and wait for input. But no, I agree. I definitely think that's the way forward, and that the more that things are similar to like a user, the less they have to struggle, like learning the particulars of how this thing, you get that data from this thing versus that thing. If it's all in the same format, I think that's better, both from a user perspective and also from a science perspective, because it makes it easier to validate. It makes it easier to sort of query and interrogate. You don't need that very specific knowledge to look at an image and tell if it's giving you the right information or not.
Thank you very much. Rebecca?
So we had a conversation over lunch, and I want to ask a question based on that conversation. So, and it tails right off of this. So there's various cloud wow. My life today. There are various cloud platforms that we're hearing about. We have 2I2C, we have this FDL platform, we have HelioCloud at NASA Goddard. What I would want to see is the people that are developing these cloud platforms, even if just in heliophysics and closely related, pointing to Tasha's now, if we could, what are the plans to get together and talk about, okay, what pieces do I have that you don't have that I need for my science? What lessons did you learn from your work over here across sciences that we can use over here? And you probably can't answer this question, but pointing at people that can, I don't know. Okay. What are their plans forward to have that kind of collaboration across agencies and across heliophysics and geophysics to have those kinds of conversations?
Yeah, I mean, I can't answer directly as to what the plans are, but I do think that it's like a really good idea to have these people sort of communicate with each other, because oftentimes these services do complement each other as opposed to sort of competing with each other. It's not like we have this repository or you use this one. Oftentimes they have features that sort of set them apart. I mean, we've downscaled to 512 by 512 HelioCloud as far as I'm aware, has sort of full scale resolution images. And I think that both of them together could make a really good package for people to use. So I think that more cooperation and more communication between these sort of cloud, I guess, services, I guess you'd call them. I think that's an excellent thing, a good idea.
So not just data sets, but capabilities.
Yes. Yeah.
So
Good point.
Lika.
I don't know, somehow it feels like fingers are pointed behind from when people are asking questions and
Oh.
pointing backward.
We just want to hear you all the
But
Yeah.
zeroth order answer to both of the two previous question is that, well, I mean, that's why we are doing the Eddy Symposium.
Mhm.
You know, just see the kind of conversation we are having and what we could be doing in future. So the answer to your question, guess what? We all want all of this data kind of presented, right? So one of the things I'm thinking of, you are here, you're the community, right? We are the implementer bureaucrats, and sometimes we need sort of community feedback for what you want. So put it in a white paper, in a statement of resolution or something, kind of demonstrating, what value you got from here and what could be the future, so that as we are thinking of implementing, we have some guidance. So that's kind of what I would say would benefit, people like myself, like Simon, greatly, to have those kind of feedback. But awesome presentation, great questions. And of course, Rebecca is going to implement ultimately.
Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you, Lika. Andres, did you have a comment?
Yeah,
Andres.
I think is resonating with what we have already said. That's why I was hesitating. But I think, I think one of the challenges that we have in Helio is that, all these architectures for data were designed, mission development and planning is very long cycles. It works with very long cycles. And so, SDO has been operating for 10 years and people were planning it and designing it 20 years ago, where none of these capabilities were even in the wildest dreams. And so I think, there is an opportunity here for heliophysics to modernize how all the missions and all the data is structured and delivered, so that it is not, it can enable truly, like the community to truly take advantage of it. So
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the setup, before anyone gets the wrong idea that I'm saying mean things about the the SDO data setup, it works very well for what it was designed to do. But we've sort of, I guess that's what you want. You want a project to go up and then 20 years later, people still using it and coming up with new ways and new methods to use your data. That's sort of the ideal situation. But you do need to take into account that someone might have to change the way that something works to better serve those new users in the future.
Well, thank you very much for providing another example of the remarkable prototype factory that is FDL. It's really cool. Any other comments or questions? Let's thank Daniel again. Okay, and I'm supposed to be the organizer, but because of the changes in the program, I'm kind of riffing here. That's what I thought. Okay, great. So our last speaker for the afternoon is James Parr. I look forward to your talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. And I'm very excited to be here and also standing on the shoulders of my giant colleagues, coming last after seeing the great work. And thanks, Daniel, for setting me up so nicely, and Vishal and Tom and of course Andres as well. So the name of the talk is AI Inference Products, Foundation Models, Multi-Domain Approaches to NASA Heliophysics. But really, what I wanted to share with you today is a kind of a window in my job. And my job as the director of FDL is to kind of see the weak signals of what's happening. What are the things in the future that we should be aware of and perhaps starting to think about? Because every year about this time, we sit down with Lika and we start to figure out what we're going to do next. And of course, everybody in this room is invited to help us figure out what the next thing is going to be. But to do that, we have to sort of get a sense of what's possible. So I wanted to give you a little flavor of that, and this sort of quite sort of dramatic opening statement that AI is changing science. Now, we sort of had a hunch this was happening a few years ago. In fact, Mark Chung, who I think probably all of you know, he was the first one to really say it, because we had a project where the AI was starting to make decisions without us. Make discoveries without us. And he dragged me up and he said, "Do you realize what this means?" And at the time, we were too scared to sort of say anything. We sort of whispered it. But now Google's written a Nature paper on this, so we're allowed to say it. But really, AI is starting to change how we think about science. And at the same time, AI itself is changing incredibly quickly, and it's happening in a number of domains. Just yesterday, Joe Biden signed a new executive order on AI management. All these things are going to implicate the way we build things, but simultaneously, Silicon Valley is innovating at an incredible pace, and we have to, of course, keep up with that. So a few sort of things, and I think most people in this room should sort of be aware of these sort of ideas, but this is kind of like a short list of how we see AI changing. Rapid awareness, so the ability to put AI on board spacecraft. Integrated systems, so merging anthropomorphic data with space data, finance, health. Ultra speed, so using neural operators to make decisions much faster than normal empirical methods. Knowledge store, the idea of language models as being sort of containers of human knowledge. Why? So explainable machine learning that is no longer a black box. We can now understand what's going on. Lucid, we can use GANs to visualize and bring these things to life. We can look at what if, what next, the new domain of decision intelligence. We can make it open and democratic, as we've been talking about. And lastly, adaptive, built-in active learning, so these models are informed by the phenomena they see. All of these things together are a paradigm shift. And it's quite incredible, really, what's now possible. But really, I wanted to sort of make you aware of the three big ones. The second two are sort of connected, but the really big one, if you'd asked me before ChatGPT what the biggest shift in machine learning is, I would have said physics-informed machine learning. And so this is the ability for an AI or machine learning system to actually learn the physics and make predictions which are much more accurate than before, but also explainable. And then the second one is the transformer model. This is the idea that an AI can have awareness, it can understand context. And this is really the genius of ChatGPT. It understands the context of the question you ask. And then, of course, the foundation model, the idea that these enormous scale, 100 billion and beyond parameter models that can generalize, they can be used for many different uses. And this ability is changing the way we think about AI, because instead of having a team build a very narrow AI, we can have a big, massive foundation model, which then can be used by many and really shorten the development time of a development process. And what you're seeing here is a recent foundation model we just finished based on SAR. So this is, I believe, the first SAR, and I should specify this is a pre-trained model. It's not a completed SAR model. But what you're seeing is the ability of the model to predict. This is biomass in Europe, but the prediction is made on just 1% of the labels that you'd need in a normal machine learning pipeline. So that's really the power of a foundation model. It really shortens that data preparation task, makes it a lot easier to get a result. And so meanwhile, we have the emergence of prompt-based methods. And so you can see a future where you have a foundation model and prompt methods, and rather than taking 8 weeks to build a narrow AI, perhaps you could build something in days. This is a change which is happening very rapidly. So we heard about the journey of our work to replace the EUV irradiance on SDO. And Daniel, thank you so much for setting this up. But I wanted to talk about this too, because this is an inference product. So even though it's, you can download it, you can get the data, this is still a machine-generated product. We can't trust this yet. So there's work to do for us to benchmark these, to create the tools for other teams, for red teams, to interrogate it, to really push it, to make sure that the community can trust it. And this is also stuff that we want to experiment with next year and really understand the processes for adding a little mark at the bottom of this sort of capability that says, yes, you can use this in your work because it's a trusted product. What you're seeing here is a virtual instrument of the solar South Pole and North Pole. And this was created last year in a project called 4Pi. Again, Andre's magic touch to make this come to life. But what's incredible about it is, of course, we're able to see the sun in 3 dimensions, or actually 4 dimensions, because we have the time factor. And I'll show you what it looks like. Here we go. And so you can see here that for the first time, we're merging a lot of instruments together to see a first view of the sun. And what I love about this animation here, you can see the ripples coming across. There you go. So that sort of thing, where you can put an instrument anywhere around in the solar system and start to get a 4-dimensional view of the object. Now, this is using 3 different instruments, and again, using machine learning, a narrow instrument, a tool called ITI, which stands for Instrument-to-Instrument Translation, and ITI essentially merges stereo A and B in SDO, and then uses a method, here we go, called a NERF, and then builds this 4-dimensional model. So it's a number of AIs working in concert to achieve this result. And this is really how we're seeing our work change, is that rather than building one AI, we're starting to build a numerous AIs that are working together and can be deployed to do these extraordinary things. So one example, which we've just finished with our colleagues in Europe with Vigil, is the ability to detect a CME from L5, but also to send a prediction, an observation of that CME looking obliquely at the gap between the sun and the earth, but sending enough of a classification to then rebuild a CME using a neural operator method, so we actually have like a sort of live twin of the CME on the ground. And so this project required 3 different machine learning projects to succeed. First of all, we need to make a synthetic data set of the CME using the same methods we did with 4Pi. We then needed to build a classifier that was small enough to sit on a visual style processor, and then teach that process to then classify the synthetic CME and then rebuild a CME on the ground model. But really, this is this is how we're sort of seeing the projects we're doing, having a lot of AIs working in concert, some on the board the spacecraft, some on the ground, but the ability to really start to have these things working in concert. So we, of course, tried to prototype this, and I think hopefully you'd agree this year, seeing the work that was presented over the last couple of days, that it was a success. Can we generate an extreme ultraviolet data product? Well, yes, we can. Can we understand geo-effectiveness at a regional level? Well, we can certainly build one which is pretty good, and you heard Vishal talk about sheath and dagger. And then can we better understand the importance of EUV and thermospheric drag? Again, narrow AIs and an inference product working in concert. So this is really, and Tom, you sort of set me up, because this is sort of what you were saying. This is kind of what we see happening, is that all of these AIs along the discovery pipeline, from machine learning on board through to AIs that are sitting on the GPUs at the ground station, doing real-time augmentation of those data products, working with foundation models, and then building API engines, inference products that are delivering not just data, but insight to people in real time. This is now possible, and this is the sort of vision that we would like to build. So that's what we're going to be trying to do next year. Again, we're here for another couple of days, so please do find us, and if you've got ideas, we'd love to hear from you. And again, just thank you, Lika, for believing in us and letting us have these experiments, and thanks so much for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks, James. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Greg.
Really neat collection of science results that you're getting out of this, but I was really intrigued by the advances that are being made in AI, because like Tom got me started on, you throw all this data at AI and out comes a correlation that's very useful. But where we really start to gain is when we can then loop back around and say, what is it about the data that went in here that's giving us this result, so that we can make our next instrument that focuses on those aspects. So when you said why, what are the advances in the why that AI has been able to do?
Advances in the why.
Yeah, you said why. That is explaining why you can understand the physics behind correlations that you get out of ML.
Yeah, I mean, I think, we've only had a few results where that's happened, but it has happened where the physical phenomenon is being predicted more accurately by the machine learning than the prior method. And so that's, of course, a very exciting moment, because you can go, well, actually, this is worthwhile to investigate the rationale, what's causing this. And off the top of my head, I can't think of a story apart from the Mark Chung one I mentioned, where it was actually predicting the KP index, and the AI in question activated all of the data sets that were on the equator. And it was saying, well, actually, these are the only ones that really matter. And of course, it was discovering magnetic ring currents. And so that was the kind of, the insight that was happening. So I think, I'll have another think about other discoveries, but there are some,
No, that's where the science really
Yeah.
occurs, and where we make steps forward in our
Yeah.
next version of an instrument.
Yeah, it's a great question, Greg. Actually, we should talk more. Yeah, I'll give you some more examples. Can be amazing. Sometimes it's just great for prediction, and sometimes it actually propels you to think thoughts you didn't have. Sometimes it verifies a truth that the machine did without us telling the machine that we already knew that existed. It's pretty fascinating. I just wanted to take a few moments actually to introduce James. We've worked together now for 7 years. He is the creative mind behind Frontier Development Lab. And when I went to Ames, I came across this group, and Heliophysics has supported this effort for the last 7 years. It is an amazing sort of concept. It's public-private partnership. So what you're not seeing, the compute resources that we get for free from Google, NVIDIA, in the past, there's been IBM, many other entities. So I'd like to see a show of hand, if you have participated in FDL. How many do we have? And okay, so quite a few, and indirectly you, of course, because there they are. So and there are many more. So over 7 years, there are many topics. FrontierDevelopmentLab.org. I think that's where these results are probably still housed, and we are kind of expanding, extending. This has been actually a really important meeting. I wanted to take the time to introduce James, but I want to show. I don't think James quite explained it when he showed the. Can you go back to the 4-Pi movies? I don't know.
You always bury the lead.
I didn't hear it, but I want to tell you what happened here, how amazing it is outside of all the results that you are seeing. So if you just play
that's Daniel's
movies, the 4-Pi movies.
Yeah.
We're looking for James Parr's
slides. Yeah. And while they are trying to bring it up, what he showed there is the combination of, you have to scroll through okay, all right. So right here, just play the one before.
This one.
Yeah, okay. So what you're seeing here is the synthesis of 3 different spacecraft data, stereo A, B, which are not along the Sun-Earth line, and SDO. But that's not sufficient, because we know all these spacecraft are actually in the ecliptic. What was synthesized from there with the NORF software is actually a 4-by view. So you can actually view the poles of the sun. That's where we aspire to go and measure it. But the data set from the ecliptic and mathematical tools are allowing you to actually create a full pi EUV image, not just for the sun, anywhere in the solar system you want to be. So if you have data at Mars, which I just found out we do from Maven, we can begin to do ground truth validation of what this is predicting versus what we got. So imagine this, we haven't been there, we haven't seen it, but we are creating it. And it's, to me, that's kind of really pretty amazing what the tools are doing.
I think Gavin has something to chime in on.
I mean, have we not learnt that interpolation is much easier than extrapolation, right? I mean, these are lovely pictures and all, but I guarantee that when you're extrapolating out of sample, you're making stuff up, and it's going to look fine because you don't know what the real world, you don't know what the real universe is doing. But every time we've seen this, and you've just extrapolated into space. You know, it's just an illusion. It's not real data.
So it's beyond that. So what I talked about is the poles, and we might get an opportunity someday to validate this. We are going to get data from Maven to do ground truth, but doing it around the sun, we are already validating it because we have the stereo data. So you can actually train, predict, validate in the ecliptic. So that's the level of confidence it gives us right now.
I mean, if you could demonstrate this with low Earth satellites, and you just took pictures from the equator, and that you could tell me what was going on at the South and North Pole, I would be a lot more confident that any of this was valid, right?
Well, we should try it.
Right, because we know what's happening on the Earth, and do something similar there. But my guess is that you will end up with some weird, mushy thing in the middle that doesn't actually look like the real world.
James, did you want to respond to this discussion? I had a sense that you had a comment.
Yeah, just quickly. I mean, I think absolutely right. And we don't want to produce any machine learning that we aren't completely confident about. But the breakthrough, why I said that physics-informed learning was, prior to ChatGPT, the reason why it's such a big idea is that out-of-distribution problems can be predicted by the physics. And so this gives us far more confidence. And this is really the revolution we're seeing with weather forecasting now. And just over the last, week or so, there's now, weather forecasters, very serious people with a lot of trillions of dollars on the line, are now moving to machine learning because they can now embed physics in their AIs. So it is happening.
I guess if you try to sample the sine function at all of the integer multiples of pi, you might guess that the sine function is a line. Similar kind of thing. Go ahead, Simon.
So this is probably following along the same lines, but since all of the observations of the sun that we have are from the ecliptic plane, and the only time we see the pole is once a year when it gets tilted in our direction, and then 6 months later we see the other pole. And at least from the times that we get those views, I don't recall a time when the poles of the sun actually looked anything like what's shown in these images. So can you maybe, for a simpleton like me who doesn't understand all of these techniques very well, can you explain how you go from having observations where you don't actually see the poles to extrapolating to this type of 4 pi image? What goes into that?
So I'm going to pass that to.
Okay, so I think this is where this is really interesting. So the atmosphere of the sun is translucent, right? You're not trying to guess what is happening at the poles. In 10 kilometers of worth of troposphere from outside, we're looking at an atmosphere that is really extended and translucent, and we're looking at as the sun rotates underneath us, and so it gives us completely different ways of tracing our rays through that atmosphere. And the thing that is revolutionary about these kinds of techniques is that you can really, really incorporate the physics of that radiated transfer within the way the network learns itself. And so I think that, and that's the comment that I wanted to make. When we say, oh, a neural network is a black box, we're waving away all our ability to learn from it, right? We're just saying, this is worthless. I cannot possibly understand it. But there is a different way of seeing neural networks as a mathematical approximator. And when you think about it this way, as something that can approximate a learnable mathematical relationship between your observations and your physical system, it opens an entire new world of physics to you. And that is what is powering this particular application, is that we have our ability to do a tomographic scan of this atmosphere from these two instruments and a rotating sun, a sun that is rotating underneath, in a way that makes it significantly easier in their ability to learn that other tomographic techniques that we had before. And so we also, I mean, we're not showing this here, but we validated this with simulations where you can actually render a coronal structure for the sun and synthesize the planar ecliptic observations, and then actually compare to a ground truth of what the pole looks like when you are above. So all this, this discipline is not without rigor, right? The fact that we use neural networks to revolutionize the way we learn math and use math to express and understand the world doesn't mean that we do it without rigor. And that's the thing that I would like to highlight. It's not by saying this is a black box, let's put it in the trash. We're taking a tool that is, I think, mind-blowingly amazing, and waiving our ability to learn from it. Instead, the best thing to do is see it as another tool to understand mathematically that world that's around us and harness its power to revolutionize the way we do physics. So
maybe, can I respond to your response? I'm not suggesting that it's not rigorous. I'm asking, is it right?
I think so.
I mean, because...
we also have uncertainties on. So there are ways of describing uncertainties to these reconstructions, right? Mm-hmm. And so those are things that also are not in this presentation, but are part of the work.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I don't think you can validate against a simulation. I think you have to validate against real observations.
Well, yeah, then eventually we will make it to the pole, and that will be the...
Right.
One thing that we did, though,
is multi-point view. Poles is just an extra feature that the observations are in the ecliptic, but the mathematical tool of norm, if you study what they did, it comes from that mathematical tool, and they give you a description of this orchestra stage, two-dimensional, 360 view, right? From that they construct. So they give you samples of all the images, just like we take of the sun, then they create a 3D rendition. And that you can verify. That is ground truth mathematically. So you're using a tool like that, applying that here.
So obviously I need to go and try to understand the tool or read about it, but...
We compare it against
conceptually I have a hard time understanding how a tool where you're building up a 4-pi view based on images that are all in the ecliptic, and you don't have any data over the pole.
But very stable. Yeah. The structures of the poles are very long-lived, so the solar rotation is your ally in this.
Yeah.
Right. These polar structures are also giving.
Okay. No, but you're effectively doing an inverse problem, right? Because you don't have full information, and you're finding like a solution, right? But you don't know that that's the only solution, right? Now, what would be fun would be to do a simulation, throw in lots of structure there where you have no structure, and see how much of that would actually be registered in any of your images. And I think you might find that there could be a ton of structure in there that would never be seen.
It's interesting, these comments about rigor remind me of a debate that goes on in mathematics a lot. So if someone presents a theoretical proof, line by line, the epsilons and deltas are chased, to a physics audience, without a simulation of, say, a full proof of some phenomenon described by a partial differential equation, the physics audience is like, wait, where's the proof? Where's the simulation? Where's the proof that this is actually resolved with numerical analysis? And now we have these new tools, these neural nets, and now people that maybe were previously really confident with physics-informed finite element method style ways of gaining inference, now they're confused. So there's like different communities that are viewing rigor with different lenses, and this is a really interesting time in science. There's one more comment back over here. I think Dawn may have a comment.
Yeah, this is from Slack.
Okay.
And this is what everybody's asking. So it says, with those products, how do you validate? How do you know the ripples shown are physical? And is there ground truth data?
Well, I think, just not to go back to the same, this was, do you take this as a spoiler? No, not a spoiler, trailer. A trailer?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this publication is coming up soon, and so there will be more details about what we did for validation and so on, just not to bring everything back to the same conversation. But yes, we were validating against simulations so that we have ground truth of viewpoints over the poles. And we also use ensembles of different, neural networks to have a sense of where the uncertainty is and where are the places where we don't. Yes. I think the ripples are.
Another question that I want to ask about the dynamical time scale of the structures depend on the phase of the solar cycle. So during solar minimum or solar maximum, depending on the size of the hole, it can live less than one rotation or many rotation periods. So the sun is a pretty dynamic creature. So how do we know that we can basically predict it? And actually during solar maximum, active regions pop out, pretty frequently. Yeah. So how can we need a predictive capability? We don't have that model. We would love to, but so this only can be used only if it's trained intelligently, right?
Mm.
But we don't have enough data to train it intelligently.
Yeah.
This is not forecasting. This is kind of like a rendering of an existing period. So
I think we have one more question over here, and then we're going to, I think, take a break and continue. So please come up to the microphone. They're going to fight it out.
Yeah. No, this is more of a general comment because, yeah, this is on. Yeah.
Just
So I
a
have
moment, Vladimir and Andres.
Yeah, they're just too passionate.
They're too
I love this passion. No, I mean, I heard this comment that, these ML models, probably they're hallucinating, they're not seeing something that's really physical. I can say the same for, numerical simulations, right? Unless you have closed form solutions or asymptotic solutions of whatever you are simulating, how can I trust any numerical simulation? Because sure, I can always say, oh, I'll change the grid size, have 2x the resolution, 4x the resolution. Structures don't change. But probably that's not where the physics is actually occurring. It's occurring at far more finer scales. So I think this form of validation, at least in machine learning, if you know what a ground truth is, you actually have an error metric or some form of well-informed metric which tells you how good or bad the model is. So I think the way forward is to have data-driven simulations like these, have the physics information into these models, and match them to actual data in some sense. And wherever we see uncertainties, for instance, in Dagger, we showed that we now have uncertainties. And the idea is wherever a model is very, very uncertain, you probably need more data there. You need to put up more stations there.
Yeah.
That's how you constrain these models better. So that's a response to such comments.
There are theorems that define when a numerical simulation of a certain type of, say, PDE is going to be accurate or not. There are rigorous studies there where we know with confidence that one kind of simulation will be true. It's my impression that these neural models are very provocative and sometimes are predicting effectively in ways that are surprising physicists. But we don't necessarily have theorems that say this neural net is going to describe the future as well as the underlying PDE. And then when you combine it with a simulation, it seems that the predictions become even better. But mathematically, I think we are confused about the predictive power of some of the surprising effectiveness of these neural nets.
Well, I have a follow-on to that, and there's two kind of threads going here. One is prediction, and one is physics and scientific understanding. And I agree that having a neural network that can simulate and perhaps even predict a physical system quite well is not the same as being able to understand that system better, because the neural network is, in a sense, a black box. I don't think you should throw it away because it's a black box. My point is, the black box is not, that's not its optimal use. In this case, the optimal use is the prediction. In fact, the provocative statement that I like, because I come from the National Weather Service background of the job is to predict. And the provocative statement I like to put out there to the scientists who aren't used to this world where you have to have a prediction 4 times a day and it better be pretty right, is understanding is neither sufficient nor necessary to predict a system, right? Quantum mechanics does an amazing job of predicting things, but we don't understand it at all. So you don't need understanding to predict things. Flip side, Newtonian mechanics, you can have a very simple system like a 2-mass pendulum, and you can write down the equations, the completely deterministic, perfect equations of that system, and you will never predict a real 2-element pendulum because it's a chaotic system. So prediction is where I think neural networks have an incredible future, because they can predict as well or better than a lot of the physics-based models. They're not going to tell you why, but from a predictive standpoint, we don't care why. We care about the prediction being right. So.
Thank you. I'm going to suggest that we continue this conversation in smaller groups. So those that are trying to keep us on, first of all, I want to thank James Parr for a very provocative question. Talk. Thank you so much. Is it break time now? Carrie Don has a comment.
Sure, I'll say something. Hi, everyone. So we're running a little bit late on our agenda. What I suggest now is it's 3:30, that we take a 15-minute break, and then we're going to close the walls. We're going to go into the working group sessions. I'd also like to remind everybody about the reception tonight. We have a really nice dinner planned for you all in the same room that we had the reception on Sunday night. And it's from 6 to 9, and it will have a cash bar like on Sunday. So if you have any questions, let us know.